Welcome everyone, good morning to the Vanguard ZERO Summer Circuit 2022. This is our second qualifier, and we're here with Kai once again to bring you all the action. How are you doing, Kai, this week?
It's great. It's great. This is our morning. This is a lot of people's morning as well. So we're all very energetic, right? Very excited to play some and watch some Vanguard Zero.
Yep, exactly. I think it's gonna be super hype. Like we also have more players I think than the first one, so it goes to show the game's popularity here in the Southeast Asia Oceania region, as well as also for the NA friends too. It's pretty easy to play because it's still nighttime. It's like evening. It's not too late. They're not kind of trying to fight to stay awake. So it's going to be a pretty good time for them as well. But we have a lot of things to show you and tell you today as we go through the event, because we're going to have, I think, about 8 rounds of Swiss without a top cut. So what we're going to do, of course, just like last time, is basically just play out the 8 rounds and then see who the top ranking players are at the very end of it. And then, based on those top ranking players, they'll be the ones going into the circuit finals, which is going to be happening next month. So it's going to be very exciting. Everyone is fighting hard to make it into the circuit finals. But of course, if you've already made it from last time, or if you made it from the top ranked players, participation approach, let's say, then you're also safely in that sense as well. So this is basically going to be your second chance to qualify. So make sure to not miss it, because it is very, very important. But Kai, how do you think things have changed going into this week? What do you think has been adapted from the first week of the qualifiers here?
I think not too much. I think we're still in the same format, right? The finals will definitely be in the new one. But the one thing players would know is that they would have seen like the first qualifier and see what people might be bringing more. What is the meta, right? Because tournament meta is very different from just the ranked ladder meta. So the first one will give you an idea on what people are actually taking and what people will bring to this. And the second one, this one, people should be much more honed on what they want to bring, right?
Yes.
Would have practiced the matchup a bit more, found the techs, right? And get themselves ready for maybe this is the last chance for like a qualifier, right? So
yeah, like if you haven't made it in, like this is your shot. So like make sure you don't miss it. This is basically the one that you have to make it through with. But of course, we have the circuit finals in exactly a month actually from today. So I don't know if we have a slide for it at some point to show you, but it's going to be pretty exciting to see how things are going to go. But before that, let's take a look at the format that we have once again for today, just to kind of give a brief rundown. As we said before, we have Swiss rounds. It is best of 1, not best of 3. That's going to be for the circuit finals they're going to be seeing next month. So make sure to keep that in mind. If you lose your one game, that is it. The round is done and over with. So you cannot, kind of play a second or a third game after that. And of course, the top 38 moves on to circuit finals. So quite a lot of people will make it in. I think last time around we had all the X2s even, I think, that made it in, right?
Yeah. It's got pass downs as well. I think if you X2, you're fine. Even if you X3, just keep on playing, do your best, and you'll be able to just. You might get a shot. 38 is quite a lot, but even with the pass downs, I know a lot of people are still playing this just to get a feel for the format, just to get ready as well, but also just to win some of the prizes, because it is a free entry. You do get a bit of prizes when you make it to top cut, but you also get quite a lot of bragging rights too. So there will be a lot of these players who've already qualified wanting to just play for the funds, and even if you're like in the 40th, I think you might have just made it. You just have to stick around and do your best. And I think that should be fine. But
exactly,
we can take a look at what prizes are gonna be coming up, right? For just even participating in this tournament. So first place, you're winning 5,000 gems. Second place, 3,000 gems. Third place, we've got 1,500. And fourth place, we've got the 1,000 gems. And anywhere between fifth and eighth place, you also get 500 gems. So a bit of nice gems for you to help out your friends in the tower runs, or just crack some packs, right?
Yep, exactly. There's a lot of cool sets coming up. There's a new fighters collection potentially also getting close, if we go by the Japanese set releases. So that gives you another chance to roll more packs on those upcoming sets, or just finish up some decks that you also want to finish up. But yeah, so if you get top 8, you get some extra gems. But if you make top 38, you get into the circuit finals, which of course is very generous. Like I think top 38 is a very big cutoff, and as TCG players, especially here in Japan, you lose once, you're giving up your chances. Like if you lose once, you're basically you can give up, right? Whereas here it's like, oh, you can even lose twice and you're basically safe. So for the Zero Qualifier is definitely worth entering just because of that chance of making it into the circuit finals. And instead of having to go through and like for example fight through the ladder and having to spend like that kind of so much time to make sure that you're on the top spots of the ladder. Some people, they just prefer to kind of concentrate all their efforts into these weekends and just qualify, right? Just make it through the qualifier because, a lot of us are working or studying, busy people that, sometimes just have to dedicate all their time to this one weekend to go and make it. So that is also like very, very exciting.
The ranked ladder is the long grind. You're in it for the long haul. Some people are like that, right? Some people like the journey. Some people just can't have the journey, all right? It gets busy. But the most important part is qualifying for the finals. And if you do make it to the finals, there's still more prizes waiting for you, right? Even just qualifying into like the finals, you're basically getting 1,000 gem for every win when you play in the finals. So that is a lot of gems. Right? That is a lot of gems.
It's a lot of gems, and of course you get that the physical Chronojet promo card as well that you can see here. You actually check out the Vanguard Zero Twitter, the English Vanguard Zero Twitter. Not only do they interact with a lot of the player base, which I think is very sweet of them, but they also made a nice video showing off these promos in person, and they look so fantastic. Like they got like the beautiful foiling, they have like a special like kind of texture on them as well around like the Vanguard Zero logo. It's so beautiful. And of course these are basically trophy cards, right? So you cannot play them in a deck, but as just something to show off, to show off your efforts, as like, a sign of your achievements. They are absolutely beautiful. You get a whole play set of them if you go first, along with exclusive sleeves, a banner, as well as a emblem, and 100,000 gems. And that's a very nice prize.
It's a lot of gems. Second place gets three of the PR cards. The Chronojets, 80,000 gems. You still get that special emblem as well. And then you also get some sleeves. And I'd also just want to point out that these Chronojet cards will be very, very rare. Very rare.
Very few in the world. Just gonna say that. Just gonna put that up.
And then I think, do we have a next slide for the prizes?
Yes, I think we do. We have a third place, which will get 2 copies of the Chronojet exclusive physical PR card, together with 50,000 gems. And then, of course, the also exclusive sleeves. Like each of these sleeve designs is exclusive for that place, right? It's pretty cool that they went to the effort to design sleeves basically for that one person. It's like as if, imagine if you win the whole thing, it's basically like you told the developers, hey, this is only for me, right? And you have to make it just for me. So that is also very, very, very nice. And then we have the 4th place gets 1 copy, so even if you come 4th, you still get something nice. And then the top 8 of the circuit finals will still get 10,000 gems a piece, which I think is still very nice, considering if you make it top 38 today and then you get 8th next month, you got quite a lot of gems just through making it, right? Just through playing Zero for 2 days in a row.
That's right. Yeah, gems galore. All right, top 8, you get more gems. Even just winning, even if you don't make top 8, you win gems, right? And they'll help you. They'll help you out a lot, right?
Yep.
So just in the end, just play, right? Just play and have fun, and you'll be rewarded, right? You'll be rewarded. That's just it. That's just it. And in terms of making it to the finals, right? Again, we've mentioned top 38 in these qualifiers. Very, very generous, lots of pass downs. I think you'll have a blast. I think you'll have a blast.
So I agree, 100%. I think it's not only is it that most players that play this game actively have a solid chance of making it, but I think you're also rewarded for it quite well. Making it in, and if you get top 8, you get extra gems, and on top of that, of course, the circuit finals is just gems galore. So it's a great time, and you get a good look into the meta, because even with the next set coming out, I think people have noticed with Zero at this point, the meta tends to just evolve, where it's every set there's new decks added to it, but not necessarily they completely replace the existing decks, or they completely overshadow the existing decks. So just playing through today gives you a good impression of what the circuit finals, will be looking like. So make sure to take the chance, and if not, just watch the stream, right? You can watch the stream and get a good idea of what is going to be played and what you can expect to see next month as well if you're playing in the circuit finals. So it's a great opportunity for everyone.
Now, what do you think we're going to see the most of today?
I'm sticking with the same thing as 2 weeks ago. Old Malasha galore. I think it's the two decks that are the best right now in Zero, simply because both Old Mile and Asha are like, Old Mile is the combo deck in my opinion. It is the multi-tech deck that gets the most out of it, and like, you know, even with the Brave engine, it does it for even cheaper in my opinion. And Asha is kind of the most, I guess, sort of like anti that because of the Thuria engine, and also having the multi-tech combos that it can do. But we saw quite a bit of Bermuda last time around too, I believe. You know, quite a few prisms were flying around. You know, if you give them 4 damage, they just kind of combo off on you, pop off with the Sunshine Ver. And I'm definitely expecting a lot of Bermuda with that as well. But then after that,
I'm surprised there wasn't that many Luards. You know, I feel like Luard is just like such a it's a fan favorites, and it's not exactly weak. We saw one Luard last time, and it was let's just say it was a game.
yeah. Like Luard is expected to be very popular. I think it's just kind of like this kind of deck that should be very popular, and it is the fan favorite, and it is strong as well. It's very, very competitively viable. That I'm kind of surprised it didn't see as much kind of performance. So I'm kind of expecting that today. But I'm also excited to see any surprises, right? We've had a series of clan events that, you know, have definitely shaken up the meta a little bit. Now Narukami just wrapped up. Vanguard got some new support. You know, Fenrir is also another one that's very capable, but there are a few others that we haven't seen as much. You know, I'm thinking of things like Mega Colony that I think, like, for me, when Darkface came out, I was like, wow, these cards are really, really good. But then we didn't really see much of it. So I'm curious if we're going to see that come up today or not.
I think the nice thing about the clan events is that the clans are pretty strong right now with them. Like the Narukami, huge favorite, right? You mentioned Mega Colony as well. If you play the ladder, you do see that as well. So overall, the clans are really good, and it might just we might just see some. Right? We just might see some people bring it. We've seen, you know, the players especially the global side. We've seen that the Tachikaze players, right? You know, last finals. Wow. But whoa. We're in.
Oh, and speak of the devil, we got the Mega Colony representation here today, and the beautiful playmats. Oh my god, every time I see it, it's like a jump scare, but like a good one.
So
Alright, so we're gonna see Mega Colony in action. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I know Mega Colony cards by their art. Battler A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I have no idea which one's which.
I know Ghidorah.
I know Ghidorah too. Ghidorah's big fan.
I think most of them are, luckily Vanguard Zero shows us the name when they pop up, so there we go. We've got the
read fast
machining mosquito.
Alright, checking the first heal. It's a little bit rough there. What are those Rummy Leopard sleeves? What logo is that? Hello?
Ooh.
I'm just amazed. I'm looking left and right, and I'm just like, whoa. Mr. Global, you've become so beautiful.
And what do you think of this matchup? I actually think it's okay for Gold Paladin, even though you get paralyzed. Still make a field.
I feel like you're just a bit too fast for Mega Colony in a way. We'll see once Darkface does come down. You know, the Soul Charge here is pretty important for that reason.
Ooh, crits.
Ooh, that is a crit. We're actually running crits in this, and this is the second one we've seen so far too.
Okay, there is something I forgot to say. Is last qualifier, we saw a lot of people taking criticals, even 9 critical decks. Could this be one of them?
Thing is, right, decks in Zero have started plussing a lot more as we get through the G era, right? And as a result, I feel like draws are starting to become still necessary. Wow, both players healing out their first damage. That's crazy. But
that's a bunch of heals gone, though.
That is true. What I was saying, though, is like, because there's a lot more plussing now available in Zero through just like searching and stuff, you can kind of get away with cheekier trigger lineups because of the fact that, you know, It's like, well, I'm already plussing a lot. My hand is already, like, you have some decks where it's like, your hand is at 9 without even playing draws. Like, you're basically struggling to not overdraw every turn. So, as a result, you just go for a more aggressive trigger lineup, and especially for a best-of-1 qualifier. If you can take that chance of just, like, winning off of a crit, you're going to take it, right?
That's right. But I don't know. I feel like the draws still add consistency.
Yes.
You know, I think they're still very important. If you have some good crits, like Belial's, or some good stands like Taro, then yeah, you can run them as long as your deck pluses enough. But if you don't, then I still think you want consistency of draws, right? And a 9 crit, I think, might be pushing it a bit too much, maybe?
Yes. Interesting thing here is that Slick Dog here, the names are flipped, unfortunately, on the overlay.
I think it's just the clan icons. I think.
Yeah. But yes, Minato Alt, they are the Mega Colony player here, to not be mistaken, just the clan icons that are the other way around, but they are running the anti-resist grade 2 as well, which is quite interesting. I haven't thought of that in Mega Colony, but it makes sense.
I mean, resist is a keyword, right, in Zero, and it's actually one of the keywords that has gotten quite just like an innate buff, right? It's not like suddenly resist became way better than the original version. Intercept values are the value of intercepts is just so good that making it so your intercept can't go away, that's even better, right? That's even better. So a lot of decks do run just grade 2s with resist, just so you have a confirmed intercept, and the counter to that is just running a card that can get rid of an intercept, or not an intercept, but a resist. So
exactly. I'm a big fan of this attack pattern, making sure that you're still effectively healing, since both players are 2, and on top of that, of course, you are getting the most out of paralyzing that intercept and keeping it there, so the opponent has to basically overcall their grade 2, which is something they don't want to be doing. The starter can be tucked into the soul for the effect, which is quite fine, but I wonder how Slick Dog is going to be approaching the grade 2 that is just stuck there in the front. The Raika fight skin, of course, very nice. Going to Scorch Point, that is his first stride I haven't seen in a while.
And I just also want to point out that, Slick Dog wrote the Sunrise Gurgit. Sunrise Gurgit, pretty much. They have a new Gurgit. They have the Unite Gurgit. Is this maybe a misride, or is...
I feel like this one is better until you're at, like, 5. Because honestly, like, the fact that the new one has the Soul Blast makes it very awkward for your second stride turn, because of the fact that the Gurgit stride wants to Soul Blast 2. And so as you can see, he has 2 Soul right now, and if he had Soul Blasted one of those for the stride cost, like, for this turn it's fine because you have the starter, you can chuck into the Soul, but the next turn if you do it again, you suddenly don't have enough Soul unless you open Jeffries. So I think for the first couple turns it's actually quite fine, because also the defensive buff from the old Gurgit, the first Gurgit, is stronger in my opinion, and you also get to effectively use it to just buff up your defense to 21 and kind of like stave off some aggro, whereas the new Gurgit works when you're on 5, because then it's like, okay, if you guard it twice this turn, then you get to, kind of like enable intercepts everywhere, but that only works when you're at 5. So I think it's fine to wait forward. Ooh, finds a Jeffrey off the top there. That's very good. A 30k column. This Scorch Point is doing some work.
Great calls from the peer. And
I would have attacked with Vanguard first there, because I think being in heal range is very, very essential.
Yeah, I think that was just a small miss, because if a heal comes out here, that'll just be better, and you can always hit over the defensive that Minato will get.
Well, there it is.
Speaking of heal ranges,
yep, that's a good place to stop. Like, 4 damage is just about where you want to stay against golds, because this way you can still take 1. If you see a defensive that kind of staves off some of the aggro, makes it easier to heal guard. But we've seen 3 heals out for Minato, and that means that you're praying for PGs. 1 PG went to bottom as well, and there's 1 in damage. I think both players have been kind of like low on PGs, because we saw 1 healed out by Slick Dog, 1 went to the bottom. So the defenses for both players should not be very high. And you're going to see the Dark Face coming in.
A lot of paralyzes this turn, pretty much.
Yes.
And I like Slick Dog's hand doesn't look that great. Like 5 cards in hand, is not the best. Like one of them might disappear this turn from like a lethal swing.
Yeah,
it's like bear in mind he probably needs to play over some of those cards next turn too. Ooh, this. So Minato's hand, is it just full of defensives here? Because I feel like
it feels like it has to be, right. It has to be like 3 PGs or something.
Because you're not threatening lethal here, and I mean, you know, a lot of your heals are out.
The stand though. That is good. We see that's quite like a bit of everything in Minato's list. We got crits, draws, stands, heals.
Yeah.
We got the full list of the morning buffet.
The heal coming off on Slick Dog's side
is effective.
Yeah, all these 5th damage heals that heal you down a 4, right?
It is pretty big. Staying at 4 is all you can really ask for because it always gives you that chance of like finding that one defensive that helps to survive against the push. But both players are starting to show a lot of heals, which tells me the hand is definitely not full of them. Which, is a good thing, but can also be a bad thing depending on the situation that you're put in.
I'm wondering what's going through Slick Dog's mind right now. What is he? We're definitely going to stride, but which stride is he going to go through? All right, go for.
I feel like the newest GR Gurgwit feels like the play because you can swing rear and then use that one to reset an attacker. Yeah, I was gonna go for the Heavenly Law. So that is the newest Gurgwit. Allows you to basically multi-attack and also power up your front row wherever you face up. And
you do need to. Oh, he's not using the effect.
Oh. It is a when. He's not using the stride skill. He's using the Heavenly Law effect, which I mean, I guess we'll see. Maybe there's something good in that hand that wants to be kept.
Well, I mean, like the on stride effect, right? We'll get a free card.
Yes.
Unless there's just like really good cards already in Slick Dog's hand.
Yep. Oh wait!
Oh, that's right. He needs to pay 2 for the.
That's right. There is a 2 that has to be paid to prevent the rest. That is Darkface interacting with the board there. Or swinging with rear again. That again takes you out of heal range. That's something you have to be very careful about. Right,
this is actually
look at top 7 and call one.
This is very good for Slick because no defensive. Everything should hit very well.
That is huge. Canarius there is going to call out something else. And because of the buff that Gurgwit gives, this actually has a high chance of hitting. If you can chain the Canarius,
that's really good. He just needs a trigger.
Is also great. And the stand!
Yo!
That is very big. And the heal, unfortunately, is not effective. That is kind of the problem with the attack pattern there.
He will get a lot of cards out of Minato's
This could even be game, to be honest. If there's no 2 PGs. I think there is 2 PGs because of the call order that we saw last turn from Minato.
Yep.
Alright. Jeffrey gonna try to draw 7 cards left in deck though. After this damage check is gonna be down to just 6. Draw for turn to 5, but 2 cards in hand. Can you even survive? All heals are out. 3 PGs. I think 1 PG is the bottom, so there is a chance for 2 in hand, but
get the stride off. So very cool. And I think he should still get. He has enough soul for the Dark Face effect as well, just to rest the first thing that comes out for Slick Dog, right? And that's
a huge effect.
Because Slick has no cards in hand pretty much. He's got 2. And 1
damage. The resist remover. It is here.
Ooh.
It's a very important card right now, just to make sure that everything hits. You want to be pushing lethal here. I'm assuming the last card in hand for Minato is going to be another attacker.
Yeah, this breaks the intercept as well.
Yeah.
Last card in hand?
Yes, it is another attacker. And it paralyzes the last rear guard. With this, we're free to swing into the face to our heart's content. The PG goes to the damage. That tells us there's probably only like 1 in hand.
He needs the last PG in the hand to stop this attack, but remember, Minato's running Rainbow. Maybe a stand comes out.
We see a draw. Give that power to the rear.
There it is.
Let's see the stand. We don't. Another draw. if there's a PG in his hand, this might be trouble. There is not, and there are no heals left. Minato is going to take round 1, and what a showing with Mega Colony here, right up the top of the morning, sipping that morning tea. You love to
with
see
a straw.
Not gonna lie, that is the first time I've seen that windscreen.
The first time seeing Mega Colony win is.
No, but the thing is, I always only face Mega Colony, so I never see it. I never see the windscreen. I only see myself losing. That's how it is.
True. Okay.
What a great start to the tournament, dude. That is Slick Dog showing the world that Minato showing the world that Mega Colony is it's definitely alive and kicking from just one clan event, and it feels like they're gonna get a second wave of support pretty soon. You know, there's the rank reward coming up for Mega Colony, which I think is also pretty exciting for Mega Colony players.
Yeah, I have to say some of these clan events definitely buffing their clans a lot, right? Especially, I think the Mega Colony one, we get quite a big buffs. Narukami to OTT, still a big fan.
Battle Sisters, I believe, dude. I believe in Battle Sisters. Once Ichi drops, y'all ain't ready.
Hero Dora,
not ready.
Big fan.
Yes. Very good.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
That was
good. Close game. I have to say that was a close. I actually thought Slick Dog had it in there, right there. Ready.
Yeah, because the PG was the last damage, so I knew there was one still in deck, but I was expecting the second one to be in hand. But the thing is, the last card they drew was from the Jeffrey, so the chance of them having just drawn into the PG is not the highest. It still requires getting a bit lucky with the draw there, as in every card game. But really amazing showing. What a great way to start off round 1 as well. I think just seeing Mega Colony perform is very exciting, and it goes to show that as long as you kind of invest into these clan events and put in the resources to complete them, you get a lot out of it. Honestly, you get a lot out of it. So just don't be like me and forget to redeem the cards.
Oh, I've done that so many times.
Oh yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's so sad. Why would anyone do that?
I don't know why.
I look myself in the mirror. Why would anyone do that?
It's like you're done with the clan event, and I'm like, I've got to redeem it, but I'll redeem it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow.
I'll do it tomorrow. I'm not sure which card I want in SP yet. It's like, I'll do it tomorrow, and then I don't have any cards. That's right. Damn it.
And then the next day happens. You're like, I just want to play rank fight right now. I don't want to redeem anything, And then 2 days later, you're like, wake up and you go, oh. Did I forget to redeem?
There was still one more day, right? There was not another day. That hurts. That hurts a lot. It stings. It bruises. It's big pain. It's not great.
That's right. So redeem your events.
Learn from us. Redeem your cards. So yes, with that is round 1 wrapped up. It's been pretty great. I think there's still a few more tables going on in our first round here. Let me take a look actually before we send you off onto a break time. We have some new ads for you. I'm pretty excited. There are some ads that definitely have me pretty nostalgic. You're gonna I think if you were here earlier before we started, you know exactly what I mean, man. It's like that Love Live ad, dude. Oh my god. The Love Live ad sends me back. I remember like BCS 2014. I think it wasn't even called BCS back then. It was called something else. And like you would go, I remember going to the venue in Germany, and that's when Vanguard G had just started. And the first episode of G aired in like the morning of BCS. So like everyone watched it before going to the venue, and it was super hype. And it was like, oh my god, it's so cool. Oh my god, the future of Vanguard is crazy. And then you go to the venue, and the Love Live rhythm game was coming out in English at the time. And then they had booths. It was like, please play the Love Live game, please, we beg you. And the whole time in the venue, you just have like Love Live songs blasting in the background. And I don't know, man, seeing the Love Live ad again, I was like, wow, it's like reuniting with like a middle school friend. It's like, wow, you're still out there, dude. Oh my god, I'm so happy to see you. You're still here. Back
in the days when it was called BWC, right?
Yeah, it was like Bushiroad World Championship. Right? What was your favorite acronym?
BCS just kind of rolls off the tongue.
BCS does roll off the tongue. It's nice. WGP sounds really good. I kind of wish we just had WGP.
True, yeah, WGP as well.
Because it is the World Grand Prix after all. And like a lot like games really like the word Grand Prix. And I'm pretty sure, didn't Grand Prix start with like It's not even sports. It feels like it's like golf, isn't it?
Maybe. I'm not. I don't play golf that much.
I don't play golf either. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never played golf in my life.
I used to think like a card gamer. All right, like a plus is good. So I used to get like plus 60 or something like that. But that's apparently bad. You're supposed to go minus in golf, right?
Ah, true. That is. Sorry, my lack of golf knowledge is piercing through the screen. But because it's like they have the World Cup in football /
That's right.
soccer, but
soccer.
But I feel like the Grand Prix comes from somewhere. So like, where did we get the Grand Prix tournament? Why do card games love calling their World Championships Grand Prix?
Well, it's
so
like
much?
when you think about it, right? A Grand Prix. Usually when you think of Grand Prix, you think of it like a race, right? Like sometimes it's a car race, and it's like a race to the finish. A race to the finish, to first place. So when you think of like a Grand Prix, it's like a circuit, and you journey through it and to get first.
That's true, but that doesn't answer my question.
Well, no, it's not about the answer to the question. It's the journey to the answer.
True.
Yeah.
Very, very good point. Very good point. But alas, there's no Grand Prix here. We are the Summer Circuit, and that is the hype. That is the hype right here. But I think with that, just as we've tried to find the journey to the answer, we're going to take you on a journey to a little break, as we're going to be waiting for round 2 to get started. So we've had a very nice round 1 here, with some pretty surprising decks. And just looking at the player list of the players still playing, I'm pretty surprised. We have Nova Aokami, that is one of the VTubers that's been pushing Vanguard Zero very well. They've been playing Vanguard Zero a lot on their stream. Make sure to give them some love and support on their YouTube channel. But hey, if we can get Nova Aokami featured on stream, I think the chat will love that. I think the chat will definitely love that. So maybe throughout the day we can get you guys hooked up on that, and also seeing, of course, some of the very active community members here as well. Some of the Team OG players as well, quite a few of them still running through it. And of course, just like players from all over the world, from so many different countries, running through the qualifier. So with that though, I think we're going to give you a short break, but enjoy the ads and tell me how nostalgic you feel about Love Live in the chat. All right, so we're gonna be back in just a bit. Take care. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Card fight Vanguard! Get dressed, Trickstar! Cross overdress! Everyone's getting a power-up! Booster Pack! Blazing Dragon Reborn! Bushiroad!
Weishwartz, a reckless love story full of love and excitement, is now coming to Weishwartz. Revisit notable scenes from the show with your cards. Rent a girlfriend, Trial Deck Plus, and Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product.
Yes.
Developing the product is one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first. Then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into three major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through
Yes.
to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table, and then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far. Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight? Or because
it could be anything, because you have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Vice Schwartz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Vice Schwartz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Vice Schwartz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Vice Schwartz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? Something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult. Because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations, before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Vice Swords team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were one floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were one floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Vice Swords teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be a very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much. I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff, because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, GLPT, the Japanese language proficiency test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. But so I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Because from what I know, I think Terrence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews. Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terrence's tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great being here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Card Fight Vanguard, featuring new units. Everything will be locked. V-Clan Collection, Volumes 5 and 6. Bushiroad.
Weischwarz, the girls of Morphonica. Race Suilin, Poppin' Party, and Rosalia arrive in new cards for Weischwarz. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a nice break. How are you going? Different fight?
Doing good, doing good. We got a nice little coffee time in the
right.
middle there between the rounds. So apologies for the wait. We're waiting for some games to finish up. You know, while we feel like we had a pretty decently sized game in terms of length.
That's right.
But
we did too,
we
yeah.
are ready for round 2. It's gonna be a pretty exciting one, as we have a couple decks that we haven't really seen on stream that much, even last week I want to say, or 2 weeks ago rather, which is gonna be pretty exciting. So I think for the chat they probably already have a feeling what it is, because usually the bots do that thing that they show what the deck lists are. But it's gonna be Link Joker, which we've seen have some success on the Japanese side with Chaos, having a pretty good matchup into a fair bit of the decks right now. It's just that the deck doesn't really have a good first stride, which I think you probably agree that that's kind of the bad thing of Chaos, right?
Yeah. The weakness. It's overall a good deck, but you don't get everything. Right? You don't get everything. Otherwise you'd be pretty strong. You'd be very, very strong. Right, so that's what a lot of people have been capitalizing on when it comes to Link Joker in general. Just the first stride being weak and just punishing you. But then the clan they're up against, it's on a what do you think it's gonna be?
I mean, we know what it's gonna be, and I'm pretty excited about it too, because this is the beautiful, the wonderful Dimension Police. So I'm curious to see what build is gonna be. But I'm assuming it's Gallop, but it's kind of the best DP build at the moment. And the thing is that Gallop against Link Joker is a bit of a chaotic matchup.
Well, what about the old kind of just, good old Daikaiser guard break? Is that...
Fire Selection isn't out yet. That's my only thing. Because if Fire Selection isn't out, which means Leon and Badai Bazooka aren't here to, help pierce through that shield yet. Which is kind of what makes me think it's most likely going to be Gallop, personally speaking.
Okay, and getting into the game now. Just another Dimension Police, another one of those clans that come out during events sometimes, right?
That's right. It is a clan event, and we see the SP starter as well. We're going to be seeing that. All right, we have a beautiful Chaos playmat, which I think does tell us what Gyro on the bottom side is playing versus Fuji up top. Oh, sorry, Gyro is the Dimension Police player that is up top, and Fuji is the Link Joker player that is on the bottom side.
Oh, that mat looks very cool.
It does, dude. The mats, they are killing it out here with the mats.
They go hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I think, I don't know who I need to talk to, but please. Please make this a Vanguard Zero, a thing for all Vanguard Zero sides. And we need these
Gyro going second. It's pretty good, right? Going second. You can capitalize on... how we said Link Joker has a weak first stride, and now they get to go into that first stride a bit later than they would want to go into. Yeah, that's a
huge a bit problematic.
And, Gyro getting that first stride. Dimension Police first stride is quite scary as well. It can do many things. You can draw, you can retire, right? Just as long as the power levels are correct. It's quite flexible. It's a totally different story compared to the Link Joker side.
Exactly. So this is going to be a pretty slow start for Chaos. So this is hopefully where Gyro can take that kind of momentum and make use of it to try and, push as much as possible, get that first stride. With the first stride, you basically are going to be going into your X-Tiger. If you can get up to the crit, that's really good. Get that card draw as well before your stuff starts getting locked down. But even then, it's going to be just your back row getting locked down. So the only thing you're really missing out on is a Laurel use. And even without Laurel, to be honest, this deck is still pretty nasty. So it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to be progressing. There's also the kind of play where you go into the other Chaos Grade 3 that allows you to lock something in the back row, and then you kind of chain that into using something like Photon to lock a front row, etc., etc.
Is that a Dayusha?
That is a Dayusha, and that is quite common still in Gallop, because you can run Dayusha even as a stand if you want. Because Dayusha got buffed where it goes to Soul now when you use it to generate something, you can Soul Blast it out for something like the Rifter, I believe it's called, the grade 2 that is just being ridden. And then you can play Jet to put it back, so you actually have a recyclable trigger. And because of that, you can technically make it a stand, so it's a recyclable stand, make it a crit, so it's a recyclable crit, etc., which is pretty good. You just don't have enough good grade 3s that are worth running over Dayusha for now, because Dayusha just randomly, like, can roll you into an intercept, which is just a pretty nice card. Ooh, calls on the Iron pretty early here, so just wanting to use that as an attacker, which is valid. You don't want to be behind on damage too much here.
Yeah, especially when you're first, you really have to push a bit, even in situations where you kind of don't want to. Or otherwise, you really just fall back in damage, because Gyro just strides. It's quite possible Fuji just goes to 5 damage.
Exactly. Ooh, the resist there is a very important card for this matchup, so hopefully the resist does come through. We're going to see Fuji here, most likely pushing that third piece of damage. You want to keep that aggro going as much as possible.
Yeah, and... Ooh. I wonder if, a draw, Gyro's hand looking great. I wonder if he has, like, a Laurel hand. Just maybe you want to go big plays next turn. Because we've seen these plays, you know, big Laurel turns, Vanguard restanding, multiple triple drives, big crits, right? Big power. All of it is possible. All of it is possible.
Ooh, that's a ranked Gallop. Let's go.
Wow.
Alright.
This one's the
Look at that
13K,
helicopter. Oh, was that great that you shot? I swear that is great that you shot. Okay, interesting. So are we running the Legion in this build, or are we just running the Crossride in case of certain matchups?
That was great, Dayusha.
Yeah, there's a great Dayusha was pitched, so this way you can use Jet here to put the Dayusha back to get that draw trigger back to your 35.
The stride is 31k.
Yeah. That was the great Dayusha indeed.
Oh.
Gonna pull the PG. This can work as a 10k booster, which puts you to 45, which means you will get the extra crit here on the X-Tiger. So this is basically what you want. You're gonna swing rear, you're gonna push only to 4, which feels a little bit lackluster, but you are only leaving up essentially 2 rears on the board here, and you flip face up the X-Gallop, which is really important. In order to... Oh, the draws are good here. And another one on top of that. That's the problem. Like here, you technically have a draw effect off of Gallop as well, which you might want to give up on now.
But that's
2
a
PGs
lot
go to
of
damage.
PGs.
I'm a little bit worried if you're a Fuji here. And also, even if you're Gyro, you're at 9 cards in hand with a PG bounce. Like, that is too close for comfort.
I feel like the event clans have been doing pretty well so far.
I gotta say.
They've been
I feel like
eating well.
Link should be getting some support pretty soon, though. I mean, for those of you that play the Japanese version, Noah was added as a character fight, who is a Chaos Breaker user, and Link Joker hasn't been supported ever since. I'm assuming, I'd like to assume that we're going to be seeing some support. Hopefully,
we're at least on limit break for Fuji, but now we're onto that first stride turn, which is like a Judgment Messiah, right? Which is not exactly the best.
Yep.
But at least gets like 1 back row lock, which is okay. Very important to set up double intercept and just kind of hang in there a bit. But,
yeah, like you're going to eat a Gallop next turn anyway, so you have to keep that in mind. Photon going to be coming out here.
That's nice.
Locking up that Jet. Very, very important. You want to lock that front row while it's up. Well, you can before it becomes a resist front row. This might actually change the stride choice to not be Gallop, potentially.
Yeah. Because the double intercept is going to be a bit hard to break through that with only, Vanguard and 1 Regard column. This will be able to call something out, and probably a Zinc, I'd say, maybe. Just
I feel like, yeah, I agree with this on the Zinc here. You get the counterblast back, get the Soul in as well, which doesn't really matter as much. You don't need the Soul for the time being.
Which is kind of cool.
Yes. Gonna use the Pleiades here to look for grade 3. So just blasting through all the counterblasts. Looks like we found a target. Let's see what they decide to take. It is going to be Chaosbringer, I think? Nope, it is the
Garnet.
Legion. Garnet.
Yeah. Going for the long game. But is Fuji going to commit a booster? Ooh, that's a good booster.
Good way to use a Soul, too. I like that.
True. And he'll be able to get Soul back if he wants to.
Depends if Fuji has a booster to put behind the Colony Maker. If they
I think the question is, does he go Photon and then Judgment? Because if he
for the heal range,
yeah,
all heals are still in deck, so I'd like to assume that that might be the case.
but then you have a chance for the other side to not hit.
Yes. I mean, if there's a defensive on this attack, it won't hit in the first place.
Yeah,
It is not, though.
I feel like you can just kind of go with the one side and just push the damage up, because then you'll be able to like lock out intercepts, and then start doing 3 attacks to the face, which is pretty good. And this will get a defensive out of their hand too.
This means the Judgment doesn't hit anymore, which means like you're leaving up 4 rear guards, which keeps Laurel active.
Yeah, and that's like an out. Well, is it an out? Is it enough to actually break through?
I'm not sure if I say it's an out. Thing is, you might as well just go into the Messiah Stride here to unlock the front row, and only have to discard 1, because your hand is full, and you're going to be losing 1 here from defending. So like a heal trigger is going to come out here. And so that way you can actually go into the Messiah to not overdraw, as funny as that sounds.
True.
While unlocking your front row and also, just bashing with Laurel at the same time.
Draw. And I just want to point out that we see crits on the on Gyro side too, so I feel like it's going to be like draws and crits, not draws and stands, something like that. But yeah, this should get a heal out of Gyro's hand. Yeah. There it is.
There it is. The heal does come out. So now we're going to go back to Gyro, and I'm personally assuming it's going to be the Messiah Stride, because all your strides are on Vanguard attack, all the good ones at least. And as a result, you cannot actually swing into the Vanguard right now because there's no unlockers in DP at the moment. Outside of the Messiah.
Here's the thing though, do you want to reveal the Messiah Stride already? Because once they know like the Messiah Stride is gone,
that's true.
Yeah, it's very free.
Not striding at all.
Oh!
We're playing the long game here. Okay. I was just like,
I feel like that's fine. Because, if you're on Gyro side, you go, okay, 2 PGs are gone from Fuji side, so technically I have like an extra term of defending that I can do, right?
Yeah. And this way, it's like, okay, you can retire this Dijet if you'd like to. You have no CB to use for Chaos Universe or for Big Crunch. So by being greedy and not using the Zinc last turn, you are actually in a position where you're damage denied, you are locked out of CB. What options does Fuji even have here? Because they actually cannot lock anything.
Yeah, this is very important. This is one of the things you have to realize when playing against like Chaos Breaker, especially, is just how to control their damage so that you yourself get like an extra damage to hit back at them, right? If he's not even going to
not to
Soul Blast
retire the Dijet either.
Oh.
So we're keeping that as a potential lock target for later. Iron is not going to be locking anything here either.
I feel like he could have retired though, just because then you would have gotten 2 attacks and gotten rid of two cards out of Gyro's hand.
You're gonna retire it by an attack anyway. So might as well have used the soul there to get the extra draw out. And you have the Garnet in hand to re-Legion when you need to, so the deck out isn't really a threat.
Oh, I guess his hand was full though, right? So
I mean, it's full to an extent, but
but before, if he Soul Blasted, right, he would have drawn and he had 9 cards.
Perhaps
so.
yes.
This isn't helping.
Yeah. Well, another turn,
but I feel like, valuing the draw over the 2 attacks to Gyro, I think you could argue that getting rid of 2 cards from Gyro's hand would have been pretty good, because then you set yourself up for like, the next turn to kind of get 3 lethal attacks again. Now you're only getting 1.
I mean, I guess both players are trying to play the long game, which is very respectable. We're going to see Gyro here going to basically get a good Gallop turn out. With a full hand, we know there's a PG in that hand too. I hope we don't see it come out just yet though, as it was balanced earlier. I hope this is a heal. Okay, the heal comes out. That's the second one, so PGs are still intact in hand. And the nice thing is you can use them as boosters and then bounce them back, as long as you have the soul to pay for the power-up.
And so I think, okay, the big gallop turn here is actually quite scary because, you know, Fuji is out 2 PGs, and usually gallop turns are pretty big, right? The power lines hit, you know, higher than just the heal guardian range, right?
Yes.
So knowing that 2 PGs is out means, you know, what are the chances Fuji has 2, right? Might just take some of them, but at the same time, you know, 2 intercepts mean it's still a bit hard to kind of, unless he gets a crit, and then it'd be very, very scary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that changes a lot. But the crits are, 2 of them are out. We need to see a Dijet to recycle some of them. Grand Leaf gonna come down here and be another strong booster here to push this Gallop to the right power level. Runs the Grand Sub. We don't see any Laurels though. Okay, so that's important to keep in mind that this is gonna be just the one Gallop swing, not necessarily chaining into more attacks. We're gonna be at 41, so with the full skill, we do get the extra drive, and we get to stand the 1 rear as well. So this is now going to be chaining up into another Gallop turn next turn. Ooh. Completely blank, all 4 checks. 1 PG goes to bottom, though.
I mean, it happens. It happens. Yep. Getting the retire is good.
Yeah, punish that Zinc for being there. It's like, don't forget, DP can also retire.
Also can draw? Yeah, don't forget that too. And then this last attack.
Heal out. There we go.
There we go, yeah. But we know that 1 PG went to the bottom.
Yes.
He has 1 in the hand. At 5, only 1 intercept. Now, you know, Chaos starts rolling, right? It starts getting the... you can start locking and getting some attacks in. I hope...
We've been through, what, 4 drive checks there, and we saw Twin Drive earlier. One of them was a crit. So we know bottom 5, and I think another 2 from previous turns. So, like, bottom 6 or 7 is only 1 PG down there, which means that either these top few cards have PGs in them, or they're all in hand.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Fuji though, right? 1 CB is pretty hard to work with. I have to hope that Fuji has, like, a Zinc in the hand to be able to, you know, play more than 1 turn, but at the same time we're entering that range where, you know, you have to start looking out for deck counts. Fuji does run Legion, which is a big thing. I'm able to get some free locks with that too. What would this one be? Chaos Universe?
I assume so. I think it's the only timing you have to go into it, so you can lock the sub, and then this allows you to hopefully have another Zinc to countercharge. But keep in mind the deck count is starting to get pretty low. Alright, we're gonna do the lock of the sub.
Perfect.
And then you really need a Zinc here. Especially after that last one being retired, otherwise you're gonna be stuck on no CB for this game. Resist. Chaos,
like
where's the Zinc?
I feel like there's no Zinc.
You might be right. And that's there it is, okay.
There it is, okay.
I'm assuming you use it, otherwise you are in big trouble here.
You have to.
You have to. You have to. I think you have put 2 Legions in hand, at least 1.
Yeah.
That will allow you to stay afloat, let's say.
Was that a couple of Zincs that went in Soul though?
No, I think that was a resist and a Zinc.
Okay.
Alright, so this is gonna be a pretty good turn. You get 3 defensives out. We know there is a PG in there. This will probably get checked by the Vanguard itself. And then we're going to be seeing
stack
those
triggers,
rears put in
hopefully.
some work.
The first check was empty.
There's only 1 draw left in deck, too.
Yeah.
If it is in deck.
There's at least 3 heals, though. Hopefully.
Hopefully, indeed.
This last drive check's a big one, but nothing really happened.
2 Photons go to bottom, though. So of the 8 cards in deck, 2 Photons at the bottom. That PG that's been doing a lot of work is going to come out. It's a very, very powerful PG so far. Been putting in a lot of work.
I mean, there could be a bunch of heals in the top 5, which is quite scary.
That is true. That is true.
Another
Right,
heal.
do we see the last heal come out here for Gyro, or is it still in deck?
Yeah, it's last attack, and I think this is scary as well. On Fuji's side, only 1 intercept. That means there could be some plays that can be done.
Ooh, the heal is still on deck, and that's the second leaf coming out. We know one is at the bottom, so the last one might still be in hand. Although that is hard to confirm. If not, it's gonna get drawn into pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, and I think like this will be this. Well, do you think this will be the final turn for Gyro? Maybe, right?
I think
Unless-
here, so because there's only one intercept, you can actually still technically go into Gallop.
Yes.
Which allows you to... Oh, wait, right. You have to call one as locked into Universe. Which means you can still go into Gallop, technically, but you don't get the full value out of it. That's the problem. So maybe you go for, like, X-Tiger for the big power and the crit? Or you can go for... Like, I think here the Messiah is not as great because you don't... Your hand is just very fragile, but they're gonna go into it.
Ooh.
Draw one, see what you're gonna discard. Probably just discard one for the front row and call it a day, because it is an intercept that can go into another intercept. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Ditching the Laurels, not doing much in this matchup anymore. Get the power up. I wonder if you overcall the... Yeah, you overcall the Gallop. You're gonna use the... You're gonna use the Rifter here to get the draw out. Or will you? You're not, okay.
Super Vanguard, try and get some power on side. Ooh, here's some power. That's another one. Does he have one more? One more to break over heal.
Oh! The heal at the right timing. It was still in deck. And now let's see that last PG come out, or a double. Will we see the double trouble heal guard? Only 6 cards left, like both. Ooh, that's the last PG.
There
that's
it is.
That's a counter
There
charge,
it
though.
is.
Right. Oh, you called the Laurel down. That's very nice. This way, if it doesn't get locked, you're basically threatening Laurel's existence. But 6 cards left in deck for Gyro. I think most die jets are out, so your way to recycle cards is also starting to thin out. Fuji's still on 8 cards. Could
Fuji can
draw an extra from the, you know, Chaos skill, which they're gonna do. Retiring that Laurel. They're like, nah, we ain't having that over here.
Technically could have. Yeah, yeah.
This could be a big crunch.
Big crunch, really?
Just to lock the column, and then you use something like an Iron or a Photon to lock the other.
True, true.
Because at this point, you might as well just stall them out of the game.
Yeah, but you could just go instant like Garnet, right? Garnet.
You could also go into Garnet. That's right. This might be a Garnet time. No, they're gonna strike. Garnet's gonna be next turn.
Yeah.
We're going for another Universe. That's good. That's still good. You basically effectively get 2 cards locked. And as long as you have Iron or Photon, you get the other columns to lock 2. And then next turn, you get to kind of just redo it by riding your Garnet and staying in the game.
Just lock one side. Even hitting one as well is getting rid of 1 card from their hand. I mean, not from their deck, I mean. And then they'll draw one and go down to like 4. And then on stride, it'll go down to 3. So we're going into that strange territory. Though I think, yeah, Gyro's out of triggers though. If you look at it, 3-6, 3-6-4. It's like,
yeah, that's true. No more triggers left. Ooh, are we gonna draw here? Just to draw into like an Iron or a Photon? We did see a bunch of Photons go to the bottom, so the chance of drawing into one is pretty high here. I think you want to take that chance. But did the chance answer? I think if you've kept track of your drive checks, you should know what that is.
Yeah.
There it is, the Photon. The double front row lock. This will be able to push in, and we know there's no defensive, so this will confirm 2 defensive checks, which both have to be PGs. And I think there's one at the bottom, so
one's the bottom,
I think
right?
Fuji just wins this turn.
Yeah, that's wow. Very, very slow and methodical. And technical, even.
Yeah, just play out the game nice and careful. Make sure not to overextend. And just be very, very methodical, as you said, at all stages of the game here. If damage is no defensive, as we know, there's no heals left either. And I'm pretty sure that 6 damage might be a PG.
It might be.
Okay, see one come out here.
PG. This will be the PG, and then the 26 goes in, and that should hit.
Alright, there it is. And now Chaos Universe is ready to swing in and deliver
for the game. The mat, you know, the mat is supporting It's matching,
I
yeah.
just need the sleeves now. First check nothing. This should be fairly blank. I believe all of these
Yeah,
are
the
blanks.
Garnet Star is in the hand.
Yeah.
From before.
Yes. And then the heals, I guess the 3 heals are also in hand. Which is crazy. You
very
have to draw into
defensive.
the last piece, basically.
And that should be it. Do we see the red power decrease? It's tense.
Yep, there we go. Decrease to 0. The hit comes out, and this should be the perfect card, I think. No, is the resist. Perfect card was probably the next card. So unfortunately for Gyro, they came just a little bit short. Very good showing with Grand Gallop, but Fuji is going to take it with Chaos Breaker here in the Dimension Police matchup. And that was very well played. As you said, very slow and methodical, but managed to play it out perfectly, in my opinion. That was a very clean play. Very clean showing of Chaos Breaker. And is actually one of our last games here for round 2. Which, you know, does make sense when you have to play one of those slower decks. You are going to be taking up more time, but also, like, it's just more mental capacity, too. Like, you are using your brain the entire time there. Like, just carefully thinking it out, carefully planning out your turns, making sure to not overextend at any point. So, very well done. Very well done there by both players, honestly. But Fuji managed to come out on top. Knowing exactly where those photons are was what led him to victory.
Yep. Fuji, like, Gyro got like a bit lucky when it came to some of the drive checks, but you just have to, you still have to like focus, and just know your game plan. You know, like how to Fuji didn't even play like full field all the time, right? You know, he just played it very slowly. And that one turn where Gyro damage denied Fuji, that was a very, very strong play.
Yeah.
But Fuji was still able to navigate through that and just kind of set up like the win, the future win. You know, it's not just about the next turn. It's about what will happen a couple of turns later, and remembering, again, like you said, remembering where those photons were, I was able to get the win, right? Get that setup that I needed to just get the three attacks, just that one attack, just that last attack, kind of seal off the game on that turn, right?
Yep, exactly. So that was very well played, honestly. Both players showed a lot of skill in that matchup. Really nice round 2 again. We're just seeing such diversity in decks. Very thankful to our stream crew for picking out such good games for us too. Very skilled players, and it's nice to see both Fuji and Gyro do an excellent job in this matchup. So we are basically just wrapped up with round 2 here. Basically every round, I think, every game is done or should be finishing up in a few moments. So I think with that, we're going to send you guys to a short break as we get ready for round 3. Don't forget, we have 8 rounds today. A lot of games, so lots of Zero to be shown. So sit tight. We're going to be back very soon after this short break.
Mankind's final pitch to preserve their existence in a fight against the gods. Ragnarok, the battle of the strongest against the strongest. Which side are you on? Record of Ragnarok, title trial deck and title booster. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Vi Schwartz. One spring day, come face to face with Vi Schwartz on how to raise a boring girlfriend. Saikano, how to raise a boring girlfriend. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So, what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So, what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah, at some point I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem. Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Also, you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Wise as well.
Wise.
But of course, that's a lot to digest.
Okay.
In a day of Crash Course. So slowly got to sync to the new playstyle, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language of purely interest, and now you're able to actually like implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that?
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have because, I mean, not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually like be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of like make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, oh, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later, you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because, I mean, when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, I mean, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not actually funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the
Card Fight Vanguard. Blackout and Daybreak decks are getting powered up. And we are getting new Grade 3s. Festival Collection 2022, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Vi Schwartz. The fantasy story of adolescence is once again spun on the stage of Vi Schwartz. Booster Pack, Rascal Does Not Dream of a Dreaming Girl, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for round 3 of the summer circuit after our short little break there, and we have, it's getting intense. It's still not even halfway through of today's rounds, so still plenty of chances for people to make it through. Even if you lost twice, don't forget, even losing twice doesn't really mean much because you can still make it into top cut with a 6-2 record at the end of the day. And of course, even 5-3 has a pretty solid chance of making it in. Of course, not everyone, but a fair bit of the players. We're getting into round 3 here, and we have a total of 90 games. So I think still we have 181 players still remaining. Of course, some people, have things to do, or some people, play in time zones that are not very friendly to today's event. Especially if you're in Europe. I think you might not have even signed up to begin with, but if you're in NA, still all right. I think, but for East Coast, that might be getting pretty late as we get along through the tournament. But we have a pretty interesting matchup for you all today. I think we have, we're going to be showing an interesting matchup between Royal Paladin and Bermuda Triangle. But the Royal Paladin player that we have picked out is a special one that I think a lot of people will be pretty excited. It's going to be Nova Aokami. So one of the VTubers, one of the streamers that has been showing off Zero quite a lot lately. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting for the chat. I know there's quite a lot of fans in the chat that should be pretty hyped to see Nova here on stream as well.
Yep, that's right. It'll be really fun to see. Really fun to see. More people showing off Zero is great, right? So, claps in the chat. 8, punch.
That's right. So I think it's going to be quite exciting. They've been, Nova, she's been really supporting the game quite a lot and pushing, with her streams and kind of sharing the love for Vanguard as a whole as well. She's also pretty excited for Deer Days coming out in just under 2 months now. It's pretty crazy. You can even count it down in the weeks. So I think Deer Days is going to be a very, very exciting time for Vanguard. And, for players that have been playing Zero, it's a great way to get a chance to play, the kind of physical card game in a digital space, as until now you've only been able to play Zero in that sense. So it's going to be pretty hype as Zero also levels up, and with all the crazy additions and new clans being added to G for the first time. We're still waiting on some things like Nobatama, but it is time to get into it. We're going to have Masti DM playing Bermuda Triangle versus Nova Aokami playing Royal Paladin. Ooh, that is a really nice mad. That's the first time I see the Prana
Moon one.
Yeah. And the D4 DJ sleeves as well. That's from the D4 DJ collab. That I think as well, we never got that on the Japanese side, I want to say. So
many ways to personalize your cards, your play space.
Yeah. It's so nice. I love the on the sides, how I feel like sometimes the global playmats, on the sides, they just have the kind of the colors on the sides, but this one, because it's Pale Moon, it's got the sort of those lines, the
circus,
the circus lines, I guess you can call them. It's so fitting with the art.
All right, we've got Nova starting. Going first with Alt Mile. Against Bermuda. What kind of Bermuda will this be? Do you think? Will it be the good old Prism? Already searching for the Ultimo.
Yep, gonna be ditching another grade 3 for Old Mile, making sure that's in hand, so the power-ups are always gonna be active.
Might have
Now-
been better to put it behind, well, not behind the Vanguard, but on the other Regards home.
Yeah, for potential early aggro, that's true. When you're going first,
Yeah.
that early aggro is very vital, but we might not know, you know, there could be just a bunch of grade 2s in that hand to kind of push over.
A
And so you see the
Shizuku.
Shizuku to help filter out. That is more of the melody, sorry, more of the harmony. package. I will never, ever get it right. These
Harmony,
keywords,
melody.
harmony, melody, powerful, just friends.
Well,
they're all.
I
They're
think
all together.
the most popular one so far is Highlander, which is not really a keyword at all.
It's not really a
It's
keyword.
it's a way. It's a way of life.
It's a way of life. Yeah,
That's right.
it's like a diet.
When
You gotta eat one
only
of
need
everything every day.
card.
Alright, so we see Strike Fighter flying into the damage zone there. So a pretty slow start from both players. Nova now, as the player going first, does have the opportunity to go for quite some heavy aggro right off the bat. Gonna go into the Suleiman. That is definitely a way to push the aggression quite well, but it looks like that's gonna be just it. Gonna be right swing pass. Gets the heal though. That is very, very
Heal.
big. Alright,
Goes to 2 damage. I think you
whiff.
whiffed heal. That's all right. That's all right. I feel like going first, you do kind of want to be more aggressive though. But maybe it's just on turn 3 we're gonna see a big drop, right?
We
You
might.
know the Ultimal's ready, but what else is ready in that hand?
Oh, is this
What is
duos? Oh my god.
Oh,
This is a relic of the past.
yeah, yeah. Do,
think
do it.
I don't know when Nova started, but if she started playing the game more recently, this might be a first encounter with a relic of the past. It's like those encounter cards, and it's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like
yeah.
what is Dragonic Overlord? Or you're about to find out.
I feel like with the power of Altmal these days, though, you kind of just break through.
Yes.
What duos can do, and that's kind of why like duos slowly dropped off, right? Just everything started to. There's more multi-attackers in the game, or there's more ways to just like play the game rather than just farming PGs. Even though farming PGs is a still pretty good strategy, I'd have to say. You know,
Yep.
a blaster blade coming down, and will there be another committal here? No, it just looks like 2 columns.
Alright, so
It's fine.
Yomal does hit over defensive. So we're gonna push the 3 here, which is pretty good. And then gonna use the first strike Gablade turn to
A draw.
establish enough aggression. See quite a lot of the Brave Engine here as well. See the first
Now, we
draw
haven't
come out from Mustaine.
We haven't seen any like roam shenanigans yet, right? To like bounce the PG and farm that up.
True.
So
true,
that is
true,
a
true.
plus. That is a good thing.
Well, good thing for Nova, not so much for Mustaine.
That's
Mustaine
right.
has ways to find those PGs, so I feel like
But
it
we
doesn't
are
have to be
seeing
just a roam.
a couple of those pieces just going into the damage zone, right?
Mhm.
I think the grade 1 went to damage. Get Nimiel now, but one of the Nimiel's in damage as well. Probably just gonna stride, just do the normal thing. Push to 3 damage maybe this turn. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know, when you're at 1 damage like this, you just have a lot of turns left.
Ooh, Nectaria. So Nectaria, we oftentimes see her used for the Prism side, but this is actually being used for the dual
Dual
side
side.
of the effect.
Shizuku down again.
I'll try to find another, most likely another Nemuel, I would like to assume.
Or
It's
the
gonna
other
be-
one.
Oh, it's the other Legion. Okay, I mean that's fair. You basically want to be
Is it Victoria? Or?
yeah, Victoria. It's been a while, dude. It's when you think about it, G's been out for almost a year.
This is the throwback. The throwback.
Throwback for Saturday.
And then
Get a
Akari
bounce,
being
get
used
that
already.
back. Then they're using
Okay.
grade 2 to draw a card. I think you're at 8 cards. So you can still afford to draw here. Barely.
Probably just digging for this. The
For
specific
the
one.
PGs.
The PG, yeah. The no PG life is not a very good life, I have to say.
Yeah.
The Roan comes down. Nope. Okay.
We're still resisting. Resists are good in the all-out matchup though, as long as, especially you see like the blaster blades and stuff. Like a lot of
Ooh,
those
double
generic pieces.
resist.
Oof. Gonna have to just rely on the multi-attack here. Gabblade. Gonna have to call some stuff out. Triple resist. Ain't touching nothing on this board.
Want to make sure it doesn't go overhand. Oh,
There it is.
We have one PG. It's cool. It's cool. And I think
Alright,
just
so
like what
Victoria can bounce that.
it just goes to yeah. I think Nova will just go to 3 damage here and be pretty good. Pretty good.
Enough CB also to actually do some combos. Use your
Yeah.
Slaymans, Twin Swords, off of a Gabblade. That should
I
be
mean,
quite good as
Maced,
well.
if Maced gets a heal, will also be pretty good. Ooh, a heal on Nova's side, though. Wasted heal, pretty much. Because this will be hitting over. Like, Tara will be hitting over.
Yes.
And,
Right, 32 here coming in.
The last attack, what is it? Draw? It's not bad.
6 cards in hand, still safe. Assuming you search RPGs, though, you don't want to see too many draws.
That's right. But draws might draw into PGs, so...
That is also true.
Last
Ooh,
draw. Ooh,
double draw is
just
found.
enough.
Yep.
Just enough, right?
So 7 cards. The thing is, are you going to be... I guess you'll use like 1 defensive this turn?
Maybe?
If even.
Oh,
Draw's big here.
Draw on Nova's side, very good. Just getting more cards in hand to be able to push more. I think like it's if Nova can like multi-attack here, can like push extra draws into the damage, that'd be pretty nice just to kind of start getting rid of some of the cards from the deck.
Yes. So now we're at... We know there's 2 PGs in hand for sure. It's a question if there's more than that, but also a lot of CV to be used for future turns as well, especially when I start stalling out with Nemuel. And the infinite PG works.
Nearly infinite, that's right. It's not, it used to be stronger, I think, right?
Yeah.
So what is the first stripe? Fides. Fides already?
So this will be able to get rid of the Shizuku in the back. Fides does function as a setup, gets you the GB2 on alt mile, active as well. Ooh, Blaster Blade there will not be able to do too much outside of retiring that Shizuku with all the resist. We're gonna just pass
Like
on
a
that.
twin sword, maybe? Or
Yeah, I feel like might
nice.
want to find a way to multi-tech here. Gonna use the Milius. Let's see. Do we see Slayman or Twin Sword? The nice thing about Fides is that it can swing into rear and still proc the retire effect, so you can kind of just like... You're gonna leave Maste with the 1 intercept in the back row. Alright, you're gonna find the Twin Sword here as expected. And
But
then,
no
no
boost.
boost behind it. That's a bit unfortunate.
So it looks like this is going to be a very normal turn then.
Which means that Maste's gonna overdraw.
Yeah. Getting a draw here.
That's good. Build
But
up
it's
into
giving
next
Maste a bit too much time, I think. Because only 1 damage means, you know, not much. Oh, that's a good hit, though. That's a
turn.
good
That is
hit.
a good hit. That's not getting it healed out for a while, too. See what the
Yeah.
draw for turn is gonna be.
What gets milled?
What gets
Is it
milled
something
out?
important or something not important?
I want to see it. It's gonna be... not that important. Not that important.
It's an intercept, though. It's an intercept.
It is.
Yeah, it's okay. It's one with resist too. But let's go for the stride.
Alright, this is probably gonna be another Nectari, I'm assuming? Yes. So they're gonna keep... I think you want to Nectari the last PG out now, because there's still 1 in deck, from what we can see. Most likely.
Yeah.
And if not,
Yeah,
then
but
maybe just find more resists in order to keep not getting bullied by Blaster Blade. But looks like this is going to be another PG search, considering that PG got cold. So with this, Noah can also know that there'll be 3 PGs in hand. So quite sturdy defenses that you'll have to pierce through. Putting the Shizuku up front, surely that hand does have an attacker. There we go.
That one doesn't have resist, it seems. So
It does not. I think we're running low on the resist at this point. Loris is played in this deck too, so that's a draw trigger you get out to not overdraw for later, and it's a stride fodder for next turn too. And that's all she wrote. So we're at 8 cards in hand. It's going to be 9 with just the PG search. So if you check a draw, that means the PG will be milled.
I think the next turn for Nova.
No, you can't even search the PG because you mill. You take the PG back to hand and then you mill the PG you search. So
is that a misplay?
Must actually had to call something.
Oh no!
What could be in this
a huge
hand
misplay?
That precious.
Yeah,
You cannot mill that PG. I mean, you can, but you'll have to use the turn on Legion that next turn. Shizuku. Maybe you bounce the Shizuku and then just mill it out. It's like, I don't need you.
I think next turn's gonna be pretty hard for Nova though. Maybe a Blaster Blade comes down to retire the grade 2, right? I think her best choice is maybe a Samuel next turn. So just ping 1 damage as well.
Thing is, you have to. So back to Master, you have to bounce this PG back because then otherwise you only have 2 PGs in hand. So this gets milled. Unfortunately, that is a pretty big oversight on Master's side with the hand cards because you effectively have thinned out a PG, and now Nova knows there's 2 in hand. She can kind of aggress with that in mind. We could see a Tengen here. I think this could be the time for it.
Tengen on 4. I think, like, based on what she has in her strides, though, maybe, you know, I think Samuel's the best one, right?
Yes,
Put a
true,
field, ping 1 damage. Can also, like, this is also a turn where you can retire something. Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. No strike cost or awkward strike cost, maybe? No, there was a strike cost in hand. All right. Okay, we're gonna be just going for some aggression on the field itself. Slowly pushing to 5. And then this will be pushing into... So there's no GB2 active, so the power's still quite low as well. Gonna see a draw.
Trigger. It's fine.
And a heal is actually effective. That's very big. Staying on 3 is important, but again, not going for the aggression is gonna hurt, and that heal coming out doesn't help either. That is gonna be the second heal out for Maste, but that is now a heal that can be put back to deck through Legion, together with that PG that was milled out, and thus searched out eventually as well.
That's right. We're gonna start seeing the power of that Legion. Another mill is gonna happen here though, which is quite funny.
Oh no!
It's the same card.
10 cards left in deck for Maste, but of course, it's not really an issue, and you can Legion back time and time again.
Actually,
Roll has been found.
There it is,
Legion.
the first one.
Yeah, Roll's gonna do a lot of work here. That's for sure. That is absolutely for sure.
So yeah, Maste can definitely Legion back that PG, and then we're gonna start seeing what Duo is known to do.
Yeah, the duo job. This is gonna be the power of the Legion deck. Of course, one of the strongest Legion decks of its time, to be honest. Like,
yep.
I'm gonna be honest with you, this deck is nasty. This deck was nasty for its time. It's definitely fallen off, but
Maste does need to be careful about
the time
though. Yeah. It can go on for a bit, you know, like a lot of your effects, you want to do a lot of things at turn. It's turn in yellow, so you gotta be a bit careful. You don't want to lose base and timeout. It's flashing. Gotta get to that battle phase. Gotta get to that battle phase.
Got the crit. Uh-oh, it's red. Are we out? Nope, we still have time. Okay. Barely.
Okay.
It is this is the what is it, client side lag?
But this Roan is not hitting though. That desperation, you know.
The Roan is chilling. She's just vibing.
Yeah.
She looks great. She's just having breakfast there on the field. Don't mind her.
I guess that's fine. I guess it's fine. You don't need that many PGs at this point. This is swinging with a critical.
Yeah,
a lot of the heals are out on Nova's side.
True. PGs, we haven't seen a single one yet, though, so that there is a chance, although...
Yeah.
Would also like to see a heal guard here. Oh, speaking of
this
heals,
heal's huge.
that's really big. That's the heal that just got put back by Legion, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Yep,
Actually,
there it is.
The power to the Vanguard feels wrong, but I guess the 9K can still heal the Sisyphus.
Yeah. Cecilius can still be hit. It's good enough. Clear out that board bit by bit.
But I think killing the 11K might have been better. Just
Yeah, you clear out a whole column.
hits. And you kind of want to replace it just to get more power with the back row card. All right. What will Nova do this turn? Again, I still feel the best thing is Samuel.
Yeah, I
now
think
that there's
at this
a
point,
damage deficit.
you need to make that damage more equal. Ooh, having to drop 2 for stride hurts a bit, but let's see. This is gonna be alright. It's gonna be Tengen, the heavens transcending the heavens. Oh wow, we call him Tengen for his Japanese name.
A bit of a not great turn, I have to say, to use it. At 3
You have
damage.
all the CB at least. But depends on
Yeah.
how this power gets distributed. And this Blaster Blade can retire the Roan, and the plus 5k can be put. I guess theoretically you'd want to put it on the Blaster Blade column, maybe even.
I think maybe one power on the Blaster Blade would have been pretty good, because now you
Yeah.
can use the Blaster Blade skill.
Yeah, so here
'Cause you
basically you can. I mean, even now you can swing with a grade 3 there into face. Then Blaster Blade hits over defensive, and then Tengen can call out Benizel, which can call out the grade 1, which makes 18. And then you just have to put triggers onto that column to make sure it hits over the 21 that'll eventually be at.
Yeah.
Most important, just
that's
overcalling
good.
the grade 3 to have the double intercept. Like, that's by far the most essential right now.
Okay, 11K and 21. Oh, no, not that one.
Alright, swing 21 first.
Oh,
That's
this
gonna be
heal.
defensive. The heal comes out. So this grade 3 can go into the rear side. It's gonna go into the Tengen first.
What would you call here? Because this thing will be at least 26. The Nemi will at least be 26. Ooh, that's a
Well, there's a big
that's
red
a bit
on.
unfortunate. Yeah, I should have definitely attacked the rear.
Yeah, make the most out of that as well. The Benizel was still in there as well. Alright, gonna go to 5, and now the red on can swing into the rear. So that's gonna be the turn. Both players on 9 cards in the deck. The only problem is that one of these players, Maste, can recycle cards back to the deck with Legion. We know there's another grade 3 in hand too.
And I think this Nova's hand is looking very low. 4 cards. Dude, like, the one thing about duos is that it doesn't really have any pushing power. Like, it just does its one thing, and it does its one thing very well, just to recycle PGs, right?
Yeah, like if you can grind other players out of the game by playing this deck, then you will 100% do that. Like, that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah. But actually going for a stride this time, not
Ooh, something I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
Yeah.
From the set 2 days, I haven't seen Zombie, I think.
And this is lots of PGs. Gotta make sure the victory is secure. Even with 7 cards in deck.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
as
not that
long
many-
as you can keep legioning, the 7 cards isn't as scary, right?
So okay, if Master triggers 3 draws this turn, he actually loses.
Oh, you're kind of right. And the chance of them... Well, no, we know there's 1 draw in hand from the other legions. Maybe even 2.
True.
So I think there shouldn't be a chance of triggering 2. I want to believe.
I mean, there could be a heal as well. So if it's like draw, and then heal down, does that equal like 1 damage to hit through?
Perhaps. Alright, it's gonna
Okay.
swing. Most
Here
of them
comes the
bouncing
drive
lowers,
check.
I'd like to imagine. Get a grade 2. Followed by Stride
Blank.
Fodder that goes to the bottom. Do we see a draw trigger here come out? Still should be 1 left. Or maybe not. I wonder where the heals are at too. I feel like the last one should be in hand together with all the PGs that are just sitting there farmed up and chilling in the hand. Alright, going to be a blank, which means that this can hit. You can technically also bounce the resist grade 2 and just recall it if you have all the defensives in hand, then you just want to prioritize hitting. And this can also thin out another grade 3 from your deck if you still have one in those remaining cards.
I guess you can also draw a card if you really want to, right? On bounce. But it's hitting 19 just enough as well. Actually using it. Ooh. Not afraid. And then this is going to hit for at least a heal. But we'll ask for a PG because there's no heals left.
Yes, true.
There it is.
The PG come out. Still a few left in the deck, or in hand, hopefully. But with 8 cards in the deck, it's a pretty solid chance to hit into one here. The bigger concern for me is if there's any stride fodders left, because Nova's been calling them pretty aggressively. We saw like 1 go into damage at some point, if not 2. And there's only 1 draw left, which I'd like to see with the last stride fodder. Looks like there isn't. That's what I was worried about. Twin Sword is good, though. This can actually create some multi-attacks. But you have to swing.
But nothing on the other side. Is it all
All-Mal
PGs
here
on
into
the
the
other
rear.
side?
Oh, gonna swing rear into rear. And then All-Mal will swing into face. If you can get a trigger, you can ask for a PG. That's one of the triggers. One of the PGs thinned out. That's the last draw. And the last trigger period coming out for Nova into the first of 3 PGs in hand. So still need to pierce through those defenses one way or another.
Unfortunately, it's going to be very, very hard. Master has been farming those PGs. And once, once Duos start doing that, it doesn't end. I wonder, I think here, maybe Master will ride the Legion again. And then just Legion back a couple of good cards. Maybe
Going to Victoria, this is a free Legion. Put those, you can start putting the PGs back, and just put the 1 PG back and bounce it back, and then, again, this is just a reminder of an old meta that used to be, before a lot of these more aggressive decks were here. This is what the meta looked like, and how, and what you had to deal with, basically, was just infinite PGs almost. Going back to deck over and over and over again. And heals too, so the deck count is still low, but the chance of hitting those cards is incredibly high.
Yep, and it's gonna bounce PG, and then get a PG.
There you go.
It never ends. It never ends.
Alright, one bar time. Gotta be a little bit careful.
The time is actually running out.
You have to be careful with this deck. It is
I mean, okay, if you think about it, although you can be doing a lot of things with this deck, have you seen the amount of things you can do with current day decks as well? Like a Luan.
That is true. That is true.
I feel like Genesis, a lot of the times you're just going to time.
Yeah, actual like you're just trying to. It's like one of those like StarCraft pros, just like getting the
got APM,
the APM, yeah.
The esports.
That's what playing Genesis is like. Now we're gonna see the swing into the face. There still should be some PGs in hand. There it is. There's one. But is there another for the Vanguard swing?
Yeah.
Does Nova get another turn to fight with? Or is this going to be it? There's no heals in deck either.
There's not many cards in deck either as well. So
yeah.
Even on a guard on this, going to go down to 4 cards in deck. Second check.
Nothing. We're gonna see. Is there a PG? Or do we see the power go to 0? There is the last PG. Alright. There might still be one more in hand, but we know that there's no stride fodders left, I think. So striding in general is going to be very difficult here.
Yeah, and I mean, Nova wasn't able to commit a lot of cards down the last couple of turns, and if her hand was just full of PGs, that would probably explain why.
Yeah.
Still in the ride phase though, so there is potential to stride. Maybe 3 grade 1s in hand.
Oh no. Nobody wants to see that kind of stride. But let's see it.
It's rough because you don't really have like any cards left in the deck too, and your opponent, I think, at least just been putting a bunch of PGs there too, right?
Oh, Blaster Blade is pretty good.
Yeah.
That gets out the intercept, gone and dusted.
That's right. You can
Right
call
there.
one more. Move this up.
Nice.
Okay, that works. That works. And
Probably the last PG in hand, I'd like to assume. So this way, you make things hit for numbers. And then this will ask for the heal guard. And potentially a PG. But we still know that there's plenty more where that came from in that
Yeah.
hand as well.
here comes a PG out, and I think that should be game for Mace. Mace should be able to just make a board and just take it. All right.
Yep, exactly. So we're gonna be seeing it very soon here.
Which,
Alright. No stride turns again. You don't want to risk decking out by accident. The
That's
last
right.
thing you want to see.
The only thing we'll be seeing is just riding grade 3s. Not even. I think they're ready. I think Mace knows as well. Unless he's missing the grade 3 in the deck.
Uh-oh.
maybe missing, the last card in the deck. But otherwise, yeah, I think this should be enough. It's just maths here. There's one PG left somewhere. There's no over trigger. So
Oh no.
But yeah, you just do 2 attacks, and I think it's done. And I mean,
Alright, 23. There should be one PG in hand, so that will protect the swing. But that last rear swing should be able to close out the deal and put Baste in the winning position here. And for Nova, unfortunately, no heals left is a pretty sad sight. But in the end, that is how the cookie crumbles. It is still very nice, Even with an X3 record, you can still continue to fight it out. If you can finish with a 5-3 record, you can still potentially qualify. So, good showing.
right.
So congratulations to Masti for taking the game against Nova, Aokami, and also a great run for Nova as well. Unfortunately, wasn't able to win it, but I think, it's very important to get that first term experience. I think this is actually her
That's right.
first term experience too, and she's streaming it, which is very, very important. I think everyone remembers their first term experience and like the mistakes they make and like the things they can learn from it. So I think it's very important to embrace that and take it as a big learning experience too.
especially when you get streamed as well on your first tournament experience. I know, in the BRO matches, a lot of new players join the tournament, and then suddenly they get called to the stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that adds that extra pressure as well.
Yeah,
which is,
100%.
which it can affect people play. We've seen we've been watching the games in like the last couple of years, right?
Yeah. These last few years, dude. Last
And
few
you-
years.
That's right. It's been a while. Wow, it's nearly the end of the year already. But yeah, it's
Oh my God,
it's
don't
quite
say
it's
that.
actually it's quite interesting watching. You like if you know the player and then suddenly they go on stream and they become like it's the extra pressure and they go, ooh, like that's that's not normal. But like later on, as people get used to it and get more experience on under their belt, right? Then they become like the machines,
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Like it's very exciting to see, and we all have the beginnings that we kind of rise up from, and everyone in this game was a new player at some point. Everyone was starting out and getting into the scene of things, and so I think it was really nice showing for both players to make this big step into the competitive sphere of competitive Vanguard Zero. But with that, we actually have we're almost done with this round as well. So that was a very, very nice game. A very, very nice game. And again, it was great to see. I think Nova is also in the chat too. So congratulations. Well done. And also for Maste, if they are watching, congratulations as well on the win there in round 3. But we're almost at the halfway point. We're going to be at round 4 next. So we're slowly approaching it. And I'm curious to see, every round so far, I think we've had a different deck. Every round has been a different deck, different feature, something fresh and new. And I'm very curious to see how things are going to continue. So I have a lot of undefeated players as well to see how they are going to be faring up going forward. So Kai, anything else before we send the viewers off to a break?
Yeah, it's always good to see new players playing the game, and just stay into it, get into it, and have fun.
That's right. So gotta play hard, work hard. But for now, we're gonna send you to a break, and we'll be back very soon for round number 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
真の最強のその先を。
Vi Schwartz. The final battle begins on the stage of Vi Schwartz. Attack on Titan, final season. Now coming to Vi Schwartz as an English edition original Trial Deck Plus booster pack and supply set. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Qualifier Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera. Which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Vi Schwartz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Vice Schwartz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Do you like have special supplements? Like do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, go ahead and answer this. Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Vice Shots. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I know.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack, and then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so it's still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at an event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard anime, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So, are there any future plans for working with community ran tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So, as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a consistent TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck. I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren. I want to use this deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight. But like I really like Ren. So
like, do you have any?
Welcome back, everyone. We are here again. It's time. Round 4.
That's right, the halfway point.
That's right. Well, nearly at the halfway point. We have a really good game lined up for everyone. Guess in the chat you have 2 seconds what it is, but now that it's over, is it 2 seconds? I think it is.
Right,
are we ready to? Are we ready to jump in the game? I think this one, we might have seen this matchup before, but I'm keen to see it still. Right.
I think we haven't seen it today at least. We haven't seen it today, so that'll be pretty exciting. I think both players that we're going to be showing are undefeated so far. Let me quickly take a look. I want to assume that they are, or they might be just having dropped one game. I'm scared of making a mistake and telling you
it's okay.
Correct.
There's somewhere there. There's somewhere
horrible
there.
thing is lying. Hold up. I think they're both 2-1. I want to assume that they're both 2-1, so still easily in contention, even if they lose, of the top spots. But these are 2 players that are also pretty well known for having pretty strong showings throughout competitive Zero. This is going to be Nova and OG Silver. So Nova's going to be running Shadow Paladin, most likely Lord, and then Silver going to be running Neo Nectar, most likely Asha. So I'm pretty excited to see. We don't see Asha in action too often, but people always ask her. It's like, oh, Asha, everyone says Asha. Where's she?
Not in the West, right? I think Neo Nectar has been the one thing that we haven't seen too much of. So I think this will be really cool. And if we're all ready, let's just jump into the game, all right? And,
we got both players with matching playmats. Nice. These little patterns, I like it. How like Asha has like the flowers on the side, and then Lord has these. I don't even know what to call them. They look like stage lights. It looks like the RGB I used to have in my room.
All right, Chris, what is this? A 0 damage Lord? What do you think?
I'm a little bit scared if it is, because for Asha, if it's the new Asha, it actually has a pretty decent matchup because it has built-in countercharge. But if it's old Asha, it might be a little rough.
To be fair, I don't think it's bad if it's 0 damage versus an Asha deck, right? It's only problematic when it's against Prism, because, Prism, you need that LB4. But I feel like just against Asha, you can just do your thing and continue playing. You might not have access to a big Primavera turn.
Right.
But you can still multi-attack and still do things basically. So this might not be a great matchup for Nova here, unless he's able to get some really good turns with Ogma. That's right, Ogma.
That's right. Ogma is of course a big pressure point, but we'll see. I think the times we've seen Lording in the English side, we've seen it be played in a more aggressive manner, not the zero damage kind. So we're gonna have to see how it goes. Zero damage, of course, is pretty execution heavy. So here's gonna be a right up into the stride fodder, and then we're gonna be looking for probably no other forms of aggression. I'm just trying to look for something off the starter after this attack hits.
Yeah, you can. Well, there's two ways to look at it, right? You can play it very kind of passively as a Neonectar player, or you can play it aggressively, because you know when you start getting into a big Archer turns, they've got more damage, they die quicker, right? So,
Yep.
And also, you know, Neonectar does have ways to just totally replenish their hand, so it's not a big deal if they lose cards at the beginning. And all they need to do is draw some Thurias, and I think they're fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to see some early aggro here, trying to push the Luart out before they can do much. I think is the right call, especially because your pieces are recyclable in this deck, which is a very strong part of it.
That's right. There are some things you don't want to see go into the damage, though, because you want them to stay around. That is PGs, the Lyle Owls. If any of those start going to the damage, then we've got a serious problem.
We's in trouble. We is
That's
in
right.
trouble. Alright, so we're gonna just swing here, gonna commit the committed to the 1 grade 1 here. Basically tells us that there is probably gonna be a grade 2 that can back it up for next turn too, so you can kind of read that on Nova's side. And we see
Ezras.
Ezras, the ritual PG that you don't see him play that often. Are we not using the starter here? We're not,
So-
okay.
So with Ezras, the important thing is that it's easier to pull off Ogma turns. But now it's kind of stuck behind 2 heals, which can be pretty rough.
Yes.
We've got an Ushius and a Morfessa coming down. There are some key cards that will reveal whether it is like a 0 damage build or not. These aren't it. These look very normal and already committing a full front field here.
Only 3 cards in hand. Gonna take out the... I agree with this. Take out the grade 1 on the side. I think that's gonna only get more annoying the longer it's kept up.
PG getting hit out as well. And triggers a Swordbreaker.
Very important that it goes to the bottom. You don't want that in your hand. You don't want that in damage. You want to call the 2 out and just have them be called out, and that's it.
That's right. That's right. And you know, one of the things with Swordbreakers is that when you run them, they always seem to end up in places where you don't want them to.
Yeah. Every time. Even if you run 4, all 4 of them go to damage. You simply cannot win with this card.
That is correct. I think we've seen that once before, actually, right?
Yeah. It is simply cursed. There's no winning.
Yeah, I think the only way to win is not to run it. But then I think you win less overall.
Then you win less. How dare you suggest such a thing?
Riding a Thuria here.
That is one thing you always have to worry about.
Silver needs to commit a bit if he wants to deal some damage. Might be fine. I'm thinking already calling.
Ooh, lost memory. Do have the CB to actually go for a big lost memory turn, but can just call to the back. Probably try to.
Gonna
can't even
clone
use a
it.
starter here, actually. Yeah.
Not too worried about clearing the front. But that just means those grade 2s are gonna get a lot of value.
Yes.
Getting the healing out the PG also pretty good.
That is actually very good.
Yep. And just keeping the damage low on Nova's side might be. Just wait for that long end game, right? You know that you're up against a deck that's not dealing any that's giving you damage, right? Because you've taken damage from the previous turn.
Exactly.
There's no way it's 0 damage.
That is the safe assumption. Although they could technically stop it too, because that's how much Messiah gives you over time.
What do we have the Luat? Oh, no Luat.
Oh, that is a good line. Wow, that is a good emote.
No Luat.
No Luat. Was there even a timer pop up, or did we go straight in?
No, it just went straight.
Oh,
the crit!
Oh, the crit! Come on, show me like 5 of these.
Grade 2 gaming, boys.
That's right. Grade 2 game, check crit.
How many?
shooting it
Wait,
next
how many
turn.
Ashes have gone to the damage zone? Is that the third?
A fair few. A fair few.
Yeah. So you're running 2 different Ashes. So what is Silver gonna ride here?
I mean, let's see, right? Because it's
Oh wait, he hasn't stood yet, so my bad.
there we go. Stand and draw has been concluded.
You okay? Which Asher is it?
Could it be we're gonna have just a grade 2 gaming? Imagine it's just both players stay on grade 2.
Okay. Maybe at both the Ashes, which is why I was thinking about it. He can stride now though, right?
You can.
Yeah. So this is going to be a great feeling for Silver here.
Selfina gonna take a selfie real quick, right there.
Right. Gonna bully some grade 2s today.
That's
And
right.
I mean, if you're Neo Nectar, you'd be feeling pretty good. Pretty good. Can
100%.
copy as well the lost memory.
So this is gonna be also drawing a bunch with lost memory. The hand is currently not the fullest. It's like once you fill up the board, you're gonna be sitting on like 4. So getting like a draw 3 off of lost memory is gonna be pretty good. Let's see if there's another one. The starter is still not being used is interesting to me. I feel like by now you would have gotten like a 3 out of it or something.
Yeah, Silver kind of needs to commit some boosts here.
Mm-hmm.
The 8Ks just don't hit.
Oh, the bloom is big here, yeah. The bloom grade 1 is going to be quite good, but we did see one called out early.
And Selfina, doing the effect.
That little power up.
But there's like one spot that he can pull.
Yes. So it's going to be another lost memory. This will get the draw 3.
Gets the boost, which is
Yeah,
very,
that's the most
very
important. That this enables the boost, and so does the new Asha too. She enables the units that she calls to boost, which has kind of made Lost Memory a lot better over time. That's kind of the strong part of this deck as a whole. So here you swing to rear, and then you can swing with the other column for 16. Get the draw 3, and the counter charge. And then the Selfina, of course, can
gonna get a
try
lot
to
of
go in
value.
for another point of damage.
This is, draw 3 feels pretty good in Vanguard Zero.
Absolutely. Getting pretty close though. This will put you to 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, we know that Silver is running stands as well. So it has the potential to stand that other lost memory just to get that extra attack going. The Selfina's
Ooh.
gonna swing here. Well,
We see
gonna
that
draw
Nova's
through
not too
there.
happy about the Nemains going to damage all the time. It's like, I
Yeah.
need to draw Luard somehow.
Look,
No
Nova just
owls
needs-
either.
Nova just needs to top deck that Luar next turn, and I think he's fine.
Even then, though, it feels like being beat up like this does hurt a little bit. Although I guess Silver hasn't been doing as much with the fact that Nova's on grade 2. Alright, Flower Screen.
Yeah, unless the stand comes, then it's gonna
Yeah,
be
that's a
really
different
rough.
story. The 4th Lost Memory.
The last check. Boom.
PG, no triggers, no stands. Pretty big.
Kind of safe. Kind of safe for Nova. Just 1 damage, unless this damage is very significant. Oh, that
Ooh.
is a very significant.
That is as significant as it gets in the current game state, I'm afraid. That is about as significant as it gets. I think that defines the word.
All right,
While
it's
we're at
okay.
it.
The Luard could draw Luard, and he can top deck another Luard the next turn for the stride cost. We just have to believe. We just have to believe. that Nova
Zealous,
can do
what
it.
will you find? Show me a Thuria. There it is.
Wow.
That's more like it. That's what I was
It's just that easy.
Alright, so with this, I guess the bloom also comes into play. It's going to be the end of the turn.
Pretty much.
And
Yep.
passing back to Nova, does Nova have a Luard? Do we see the skip again?
This is the moment of truth. Are we grade 2 gaming or are we stride gaming? If Nova does get the lot, I think it's okay. Go into Aura Geyser to get some cards and kind of start
Rebuilding.
Rebuilding. Set up for a big turn next.
There it is.
Ooh!
Save.
That's right. Save.
Sheesh.
We have a game. Right, we have a game here. That's great. Got the Bilal out already. Oh! Did you see that? Just throw away
the
3 PGs.
That's not good. I mean, you can get them back, technically, right? It's a recyclable resource, but technically because of how they work, you're only gonna get 1 back, right?
That's...
It's not excellent, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Also going for
Double
Carnivore,
Sword
not
Breaker.
the Aura Geyser. So the amount of plussing is actually a bit less, and the amount of G-Zone flipping too.
Yeah, like, but you don't really have a good retire on the first ride, so the first ride is usually not much happens. Is the issue.
We're going to 1 card in Soul. Ooh, big intercepts. These are the 18k intercepts, I think, coming down.
Actually, these 8s will just hit anyway, regardless.
Yeah, because
got an excess of the wards now.
Alright, Carnivoring.
To draw.
Get the draw for Belial, and now I think we need to get those S-Verses back. Otherwise, we is in collective danger.
Here's one.
Put that back, retire the Swordbreaker. Get that to hand. Very good. And call out the other big...
Calls another one.
Yeah, the 8k, like, this is the matchup of 8ks, basically, where Lost Memory is basically doing Nova a favor right now.
But, no, Nova here will need a trigger crit to be able to threaten lethal. To get that Bilal Owls coming out. Otherwise, it's just only 1 damage. And looks like it is. Another 3 ghost damage, though. That's okay.
Ooh. Important resource. Being dished out there. Bilal's gonna go back. I think there's 2. There we go. So the crits are back. Still 20 card deck. So for Lord here, the only thing is I'm a little bit worried about the PGs, but I'm assuming if you chuck that many PGs, you probably have like heals in hand or something like that to survive.
Maybe?
But Silver has so much CB, I feel like you just go for Primavera here, no?
You can, but
Do you
Nova's
hit
still
over
on
the 18Ks?
Nova's still on 4 damage, and look at the
true.
amount of triggers that are out. So we know, like, I think what 2 Bilal Owls went back in, but there's still a lot of triggers out. Like 10 unaccounted for, right?
That is correct.
I mean 8 unaccounted for. So not as good, but it's still pretty good. What little things? I think you just go in a Jingle, right? Jingle's pretty nice and generic.
Yeah, I think you have the 3 already up. You might as well just kind of like tell them, okay, you have 8k rear guards. You struggle to build power, therefore, I'm gonna just make it so that you can't even hit. God, the fact that the new Asha gives boost is so good. That's such an incredible part of this card that you can just call out a Thuria, call out a, call out a Maiden, call out any grade 2 you want, and give it boost. It's just so nice.
Silver does need to be a bit careful though. If committing too much Thurias down, that means an augment turn will be pretty devastating. But if you look at, I think that's fine. I think you can bank with that because Nova just doesn't have that many cards in their hand.
Yeah, building into a big Ogma is difficult because, like, you don't want to be calling out your whole hand just to Ogma and then do nothing.
Jingle this turn is going to set up some big lanes, big power lines.
Very much so. Okay, what else do we have in the range of attackers? Ooh, not an intercept, surprisingly. I guess the Lost Memories being thinned out does have its downside. Jingle Flower going to target Thuria. Big board power up here.
Only 1 intercept though, that's...
Yes,
not great.
That is actually quite surprising.
Normally you want double just to make it just very annoying to break through. 18 is still breakable as well. At least it hits the 18, which is
Like how they
important.
swing at each other at the exact same power. I
Yeah.
think Jingle Flower here goes to rear, and then you want to use the grade 3 to search for another 3 on top of itself if it can. Because it does clone on hit, so you might as well use that CB to make the most of it.
Silver doesn't stand.
Ooh. Well, you said they don't stand, but I'm seeing a stand right here. That's going to be a very crucial extra attack. 40k power, by the way. Just
Hey,
saying.
but it's because.
Oh my
the heal's
god.
not bad too.
Oh my god. So
gonna
you can
say-
swing. Go on.
Because he got the stand, the other side is hitting, and then the on hit won't hit anymore. So you got that
True.
extra attack for free, which is nice. It's cool. Yeah, it's there's no other way to do it though, which is the issue.
Does the grade 3 have to call to a different circle?
That's
Can
true.
you can swing and overcall itself, no?
Oh, true. No, you're correct.
Yeah, so just call 3 here and just start dancing.
Dang.
Let's get it. Come on, Silver. Show them the power.
These are the combos.
That's right.
The extreme combos right here.
Yeah, Frill Draw gonna call. Yeah, it's to any. It's
Oh, wow.
you have to call something other than Maiden Frill Draw, but you can overcall it. So that is the
Combos.
very powerful part of this.
Lost
Call-
memory. This is a
Lost
44.
Oh, you better
These
show
are all
those
PG or
S-presses.
dies, yeah.
PG or give me
die.
like triple. Actually, wait, no, it's barely under triple heal guard. Barely under.
You might double, yeah, it might be double heal and a PG.
Yeah.
And
One card in
here's
hand,
the
baby.
PG.
That's what's gonna bind itself. One of the only ones that does that.
The
And here comes
last
another
one?
one. I feel like if Nova has the PG, it's gonna be the PG, but I feel like this might be a double heal.
I feel so too. But actually, only 2 PGs out. Maybe just. Oh, there it
Yeah!
is.
Wow.
Oh.
One card
Oh,
in hand.
that's rough.
That's huge. Nova's not
That's
amused.
But at least Nova lives. That's the most important part. All right. But what
It is
can
absolutely
Nova
important.
do? What can Nova do? He needs
counterparties.
retire. He needs to somehow retire those front rows.
Ogama is your only call, but like you've realistically right, you'd stride, blue artifact to call 2, and then that's all she wrote. I think
Pretty much.
the issue is that you don't have enough power to break these. So you can stride for free here. Going
Spectral?
into Diablo, but can you break these power lines? Like that's to me, it's just these intercepts. Like they are 20k. You don't have the power to like if the starter was still on board. I think if anything, the starter should have been kept for a turn because you didn't need the soul yet, and this would have helped to turn into 20k rearguard columns to actually break over them. But
Yeah.
right now, you're just kind of like struggling to break over.
I guess you can. Yeah, you can try drawing. That's an out. You have an
Is that
Iron
Aryan
Rod as
Rod?
well.
The like rest, ditch and draw. I guess that's a cool way to set up ritual if you need to.
But yeah, no, like, how though? How do you get a 14 plus 6? And the next one, well, I guess if you the grade 2 can get a bunch of power, right?
Yeah, you can actually retire this Aryan Rod, but did they draw into it? Aryan Rod's gonna go here. Goodbye. It's been nice. You've done your job.
And then you just need 18 once you get rid of one of them.
Ooh!
That's not good.
What's the second call? That's not enough.
That's not
That's
good.
not enough. The power does not break over. So like,
Time
because
is
we didn't
running
go
out
to
as
Orgeyser
well.
first try, Doomed was not an option either, technically.
Yeah, Doomed is actually very good in Snart.
Damn, why are Raika's emotes so good? They're
Is
so
he just
powerful. You
gonna
have a hey
not
dot
have
dot
enough
dot.
time?
Please
He's
let me
just
think
gonna
about this. Hey, huh, hey, hey. Oh no, Nova. I wasn't even looking at the timer. I'm gonna be real with you.
I just think he just let the time run out because he knows there's no way to actually just break.
There's no outs.
There is actually no outs. You get into that red
Jingle
situation.
was too big.
Yeah, like he needs to break through 2020 and then go into a spectral and trigger a crit. And then restand to get 2 lethals, but you know, when you look at Silver's hand, it's just a lot. I'm pretty sure there's at least 2 PGs there. And even that's asking for a lot, basically. Like, break through my walls, and then my Vanguard is still hyper large as well.
And here, let me do it one more time.
yeah. So I think that was more of a time scoop, you know. It's like just play your game. So you have no way to do it. Time's almost out anyway.
That's rough, dude.
Speaking of time, Silver's also running out of time too.
Oh, the one
Silver's
bar.
gotta be careful.
These playmats are so beautiful. I don't even look at the time anymore.
maybe it's a tactical thing, you know. It's like to keep your eyes away from the time with that beautiful playmats. And that was quick. Yeah, we know Silver knows how to Neos. Wins that battle phase.
I wonder if
just like
going into Dream Spinning would have been also a good play there. I mean, here obviously you set up another turn of just like, haha, you can't hit me. But
well, like here you set up a turn. You know your opponent's done, right? There's probably no way to break. There was no way you could break through previously. There's gonna be no way you can break through with this setup too. So you just might as well do it and also just get a win. If like in a rare situation, maybe Nova heals 3 times or 2 times and it was able to survive. But with this, you know your next turn is also safe from that little 0.5% chance, right?
Yeah, that's right. And now 1 PG, 1 heal guard is out. There's the last attack swinging into the face, but I think Silver's playing into a stand because they didn't boost the first Maiden. That kind of tells me they're hoping for a stand off the top 3 here.
I feel like it might have been better just to boost and not play.
Yeah, I feel like you would have. Never mind.
It gets a stand anyway.
Stand was all but confirmed. We were the ones that didn't know the sauce.
All according to Keikaku.
That's right. Show us a double.
A double would be scary. Also,
draw. Uh-oh. 5 cards in deck.
Last check.
Here it comes. Oh, the double was still in deck. That
Slow
is
down,
a lot
buddy.
of damage.
But
hold on there, cowboy.
Pretty much confirmed. I feel like better to put the power on the other one, because if a heal comes out here, then
it doesn't hit anymore.
25 will hit over.
That is true. I was thinking more so if they had guarded this, then it would have been a bit harder. But looks like they couldn't. Silver's going to take it with New Nectar, and Nova is unfortunately, I mean, having the one turn of not seeing Lord, and then just feels like they were one step behind the entire game, which is kind of really hard to come back from when once Sasha starts getting ahead. It just feels like they get ahead for good.
It just goes downhill from there pretty much. But good showing from both players. Nova showing how to play out of a bad situation away, showing that until the end where he couldn't. But Silver just showing off the Neos, the power of the Neos, right?
Yep. Making
those big boards, unbreakable boards. And because it's the best of 1, there's no way they can ban that deck out of your repertoire. So
that's right. And this was actually one of the last couple of games we had for this round. So with it, I think we're actually wrapping up for round 4 already, which is suddenly, you know, it's kind of like the usual tournament procedure, right? It's like you have the kind of slow start, you know, things don't, you know, there's always a bit of hiccups here and there. But then once you're past like the first couple of rounds, it's just like smooth sailing, nice and quick.
Everyone's
back
playing
to back
fast.
to back.
Yeah.
That's right. So it's
very,
very exciting. And so now I think I want to quickly just, you know, I'm not going to pop them up on stream, but we have still quite a few undefeated players. We have 13 players that are 4-0. Looking at it, we have Crush Rush from the AU region as well, doing pretty good. Illumination from Singapore, also still undefeated. And Click 3-1. Click has been definitely showing up tournaments a fair bit, also streaming a fair bit, and at an X1 a record. Quite a few of the big players are at X1, and it's pretty surprising to see. Yuhius from Finland, we've seen them around a fair bit on the TCG side as well, at X1 right now too, so still, if you're X1, your chances to make it in are very high, and like the 2-2 line doesn't cut off until 122nd. So there's so many players still fighting for contention into the finals, into that top 38 slot. So now, with that, we're just halfway. We just passed the halfway point. Kai, how are we feeling so far?
It's all right. It's all right. We had some great games. And I think if you're undefeated right now, you're pretty much chilling. You're going, just do one more game and, a few bit of luck.
If you're going to win 2 more games, you're actually safe.
Yeah, you're actually safe. 2 more games.
But if you're undefeated, you might as well just go undefeated the whole day.
That's right.
Gems.
Get gems. Have a break, eat some lunch, feel good. So yeah, I think that's that.
And I think that's going to be our call to action here as well. So we're going to go for a short break. Next round should be up very soon, as we have basically almost everyone already wrapped up. So we're going to go for a short break. Go enjoy, get yourself some water, stay hydrated, get a snack, as the next round is already going to be up very soon. So if you're playing, make sure to check in on time as well. So we'll be back very soon. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
New trial decks to get you started. Let's card fight with these new cards. Includes cards to power up your decks too. Join us in the world of Card Fight Vanguard. Bushiroad.
Vi Schwartz. Meet Ichika, Nino, Miku, Yotsuba, and Itsuki as they arrive on the stage of Vi Schwartz once again. The quintessential Quintuplets 2 Booster Pack, now on sale. Bushiroad.
I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community ran tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a consistent TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use this deck to beat him. Alright, I'm going to lose, probably, because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight, but like, I really like Ren, so that's
like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date? Or like, do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, Director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not roller coaster.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. You know, I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is, engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I played the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for the development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I didn't used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now.
Welcome back, everyone, to round number 5 of the Summer Circuit here for Vanguard Zero. We are past the halfway point, and we are going to have still quite a few more games to go, and we still have quite a few decks we haven't seen. I mean, like, we were talking about, we saw All Mile once, but I kind of expected to see it everywhere, and we've seen Neo Nectar once. I kind of expect to see it everywhere. And there's still quite a few other, like, top-tier contenders, like, where's Gear Chronicle, man? I love Chronogen. Where's that at?
It's sometimes, it's time lapse to another.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't break my heart. I know. Even though it's supposed to be the main character, it's the other two main characters that are doing much better right now.
Yeah.
But we have round 5 ready for you guys. It's going to be an exciting one, as we're going to be showing off Crush Rush and Illumination, which are both players that are XO right now. 4-0 going into round 5. Some of the best players of the tournament. And Crush Rush is bringing something we haven't seen just yet, which I think should be a pretty exciting deck to feature, which is Kagero.
An old favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Actually.
Are you assuming it's Blade Master?
I think it's Blade. If it's not Blade Master, I think it's there's something wrong. You know, Blade Master is just that good. Perdition. But you know, I think the last time we saw some Kagurus, right? It was running a lot of just a lot of, you know, we got the Titan, right? Good stuff. You know, Lot Express, Mr. Novell, right? That was the thing, you know.
Look
So
at
I'm
those sleeves, both players though. They got the last Vanguard Zero Championship sleeves. They're just flexing out here, man.
Both new Nectar playmats though.
Yeah.
So Kurashosh going first with Kagero. I think it's going to be quite interesting because we know Neo Nectar, they set up the Thurias and suddenly nothing can get hit, which is kind of annoying. But, you know, if Crush can play a more kind of rushy game as well, it can kind of destabilize some of the Neo Nectar plays and get a quick Novell off as well. It can really change the game. We do say, like, Neo Nectar does draw quite a lot because of the lost memory, but at the same time, it still suffers from the same issues where, you know, if you don't draw PG, that's kind of it. Though Neo does run heavier grade 3 counts, which does help against this strategy.
That is true, yeah. I'm gonna go to the Nadim here. This is gonna be the good counter charger they can always rely on, which I think that's something that's really strong about Blade Masters, that there's so many counter chargers now. You can use the Conroe in order to push, which I think I also agree on.
Don't really need to worry about resources as much with Kagero, which is great right now. Though he would have gotten a good value town right there. But,
yeah, that heal, really huge. But 0-2 damage is a good damage difference to be at when you're in these matchups. You're gonna see Gladiolas come out.
So one thing, we see a Thuria here, but I know one of the Kagero decks that we saw a while back also ran resist removers just to counter this specific scenario.
Yeah.
And you know, once you know Neo Nectar gets their Thurias destabilized in a way, it can be a bit rough for them.
Yes, that is correct. I think it's also funny how we have Mire versus Urara, which, you know, we saw in the anime recently. Well, I guess somewhat recently as well.
Yeah.
Which Kai definitely saw, by the way.
Yeah, I definitely saw that. It was a really good episode. What do you think of it, Chris?
I think you should go watch the anime, dude, before I make this stream go offline. But it is pretty nice. You know, this is a matchup we've seen in the anime, but now in the old Vanguard world, where they're actually using the clans and not the nation-based system. But pretty similar. Like, you know, a lot of people like to say that Leonor is pretty similar to Asha.
It's
Sadly,
correct,
Blade Master
right?
and Buff Sakura aren't that similar, though.
Urara using a green clan, you know, Ray using red clan. There's
Yes,
no other way
that
to
is
do
the
it,
nations
but
that they use.
That's how it is.
That is the nations that they use, Kai.
It still work?
What I'm saying is, Leonor looks like Asha, and everyone knows that.
Are you sure? Where's the
I'm very
instruments?
sure. The thematics are there. I am very sure. But speaking of Asha, time for Illumination to ride up and get it going.
I mean, Blade Master has swords, just like Bab Saga. So, yeah.
True, but it doesn't have a spear or a gun.
Well, no one really runs the gun as much, so that's okay.
True. The spear is right.
It's all about the
shield.
spear and the sword and shield. Right.
The shield, especially. The sword, not even that much anymore. It's like a one-off. Anyway.
Yes. We have the setups coming. They got the Thuria down again. Massive field, but at the same time, right? Kagero does retire things. So, and Kagero actually has good ways to just search PGs to naturally get them, because they do draw like surprisingly amount. Conroe also can fetch like the PG. So Kagero is one of those clans that generally has a higher amount of PGs in their hand, which is good because, you know, when Neonor gets when Neo Nectar gets big power, you know, that's the only thing that will save you is PGs.
Look at this dude and his Neonord.
All right. It could be a premium deck.
It could be. We could be seeing Leonord in the future. Alright, we can see Odette here power up the board while we were talking about Leonorns and the beautiful Will Dress anime. You're going to see a huge power up board here on the Illumination side. Did we see any stands come out? Kind of what we need right now. Doesn't look like it though. Oh, never mind. Forget everything.
There it is.
There it is. Spread the power equally. It's like there's no amount of triggers you can check to get over this amount of power. It's like you can find double draw. It's fine.
This is going to be a draw 4, I think, as well. It's massive.
Yes.
Actual.
Draw 3. It's only 2 threes.
Oh, sorry.
Still good.
The Adet looked a lot like the Lost Man. They have the same color scheme, you know.
That's right.
And draw 3 is still not bad. I'd like to draw 3 as well. You know.
Yeah.
For a
Every day.
CV2. That's nice value. Yeah. Thuria gets called out. Wow. Triple Thuria. Just kind of stopping all attacks. Buffing power. End phase power buffs.
Thuria forever, Thuria for life. Try retiring one of these.
In terms of hand, though, Crush Rush does have a pretty large hand, so it's not bad.
There's a PG in there too.
Yeah, and what is Crush gonna do here? I wonder. Gonna stride? Is he going to Titan?
It's a Titan. Should be getting more Blade Master soon.
Yeah, can retire like the two Adepts, which is not bad.
Yeah, that's a good target to pick up. It's just that you're just swinging 3 times to face and you're still in GB1. Oh my lord!
Ooh.
Wait, but that means you don't have CB for Titan. So you have to... You... Huh?
Uh-oh.
The reaction to that stuff. That's not good. That's not good. I think they both realized.
Oh, no.
That's a bit unfortunate. You lose out on a draw there and for a Persona flip, which is really, really big. So that means you're not building into the thing. Always.
The heal's
careful.
good though.
That's an Odette that stays up too.
Yeah. I think it's actually. That heal rubs it.
That's big heals on both sides.
Yeah, but I think the bigger loss here is actually losing the resist remover.
Yeah.
You want to combo a big turn, right? But now you have one less of that.
Alright, well, here we go. It's time for Dream Spinning. I guess we don't really need Jingle just yet.
Yeah.
I guess Jingle, with so many threes, how Jingle isn't really doing as
at
much
least
when everything can be
get back
retired in
some
this
threes.
matchup.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. That's the last one, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna get the Odette. Odette's gonna give a bunch of power everywhere.
Let's put back more
Thuria
Thuria.
bounce,
The
put some
Thuria
stuff back.
loop.
It's also so nice that, like, because you call the Thuria out during the ride phase, it manages to hit the board before the main phase. It's like, as the train doors are about to close, Thuria just, like, sneaks in, and then they open right after that, and then she sneaks out.
That's right. The Thurias never end, you know?
Yep. Thuria, the #1 disruptor of the JR line.
That's right.
Oh, we're gonna actually let one of these Adettes swing from the back.
There it
Those
is.
attacks.
We've got the setup again.
Yep. So we're gonna be swanging. Odette can be powering up. Good lord, she is at 35. And it's not over yet.
Oh, wow.
We can still go further beyond. Make that 43? Yeah, that looks like a good 43. That's nice. And even more. That's crazy.
It's a nice boost.
Yeah, and you can swing unboosted here and then check double stand and then just be like, yo, so, what'd you have for lunch yesterday?
Good PGs. Well, he's one.
Oh.
He's one of them. Ooh.
What is Illumination cooking? What is Illumination cooking? Double stand. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
This is scary. It's an
A heel
right
stops
here.
this.
Look at the smug Urara, dude. Look at the Urara. The smug Urara. 62k. Oh my god. Incredible.
Lose triple
Smug for
3
a
on the
reason.
board as well. Just to stop
Crazy.
everything.
We're back to square one. You have to retire 2 Odettes. We'll cry.
Yeah, and I mean, at least Crush Rush has enough CB to do it all. We got this one as well. It's not bad. Gets over resists. At least clears one side. It's still like doesn't threaten lethal though, which is slightly unfortunate. Got a resist remover again.
Let's remove. I guess there's nothing to retire, so there's no reason to remove, I guess.
Yeah.
At this point, just calling it down as an attacker.
Yeah, I guess
CB.
Crush has like a bunch of them in his hand, so it doesn't matter.
It's
Getting a
good
counter
turn
charge,
two.
but I don't think he. Yeah, okay. This too. Just looked very red, and then just triggers. I think he just runs 9 draws. So
yes. Heal is big.
Heal
That's
is
nice.
big.
Face down 2.
Yeah. Draw.
Only
Deck
cards
count
left in
is
deck.
Yeah, deck count is going quite low.
And I believe there's no. Pretty sure there's no legions in Crush Rush's deck.
You don't really have the space for it.
Not anymore, no.
But getting rid of the stand is pretty good. Being able because then there's like one less stand to worry about. You have those big turns before, but maybe not so much without using that other one.
Here comes the Asha time. So I think there's no more. Yeah. Oh, Katrina. Wow, fancy seeing you here. I haven't seen you since you were grade 4.
I
That's
remember
a long
way back.
time ago.
4K Katrina Bloom, right?
It's nice that Zero does the power-ups for you. I'm gonna just say that.
True.
I
You don't have to
remember
think
playing
about
against Neonectar players who's like, so this gets like just putting dice everywhere. Like you go into battle phase against Neonectar, they just have like 50 dice on the board.
Yep. And it's like you don't even know if they're doing it correct.
Yeah, you just trust them. It's like I sure hope you do. I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's like this one gets a 4. These all get a 4 times, and this one gets only gets 3. But the rest of them get 4. What?
Ooh, what? 3x plus y. What?
Oh, that's
Stand the heal. What a power play.
And
this might be over. There's only one PG and 1 heal guard left. No wonder the Illumination called the heal down. Oh, the heal whiffs. There's 1 PG in hand, and that's it. That's bad news bears. This is basically
Exactly.
game. You just clone this Thuria and go to town.
Yep. And that was really well done as well. It's like the 17 just hits that 1 damage out, right? Don't need to waste any big power. And then now you have the multi here just to kind of close the game.
Yep.
This gets the Thuria, and the Thuria should be...
Yeah, now you get the Thuria. There we go. But there's no heals left. I mean, there's no ways to guard, no ways to heal, no over trigger in this format.
And
that's all she wrote. I want to see Illumination's deck list. That's a pretty clean game plan. I think that's the cleanest Neonectar I've seen to
100%.
date.
Yeah. I think that was... That really showed off Neonectar really well. You know, like
Yes.
everything worked perfectly. You see how the plays were correct. It went really you could feel the confidence, right, from oozing from Illumination. Just knowing the correct plays and what to do.
Yeah.
Very well played. I have to say, very impressed.
Super impressed. I love to see, it's kind of like, even though these players are some of the best players in the game, seeing that kind of like, the human aspect of like still, calling the resist removers like, both players just like, it adds a little bit of character that I feel like sometimes, as Zero is, a digital game, you don't get to see the players' faces and expressions. You still get that kind of like, that back and forth between players all the time, which I think is very, very nice. So, really well done, honestly. Illumination showing off. Still going to be XO50. If you win one more time, you are in. You are safe.
I don't even think it's
Crush Rush.
I don't even
keep
think
winning.
I don't think it's about like getting in. It's more like the jams.
Winning the jams. Yeah, you want those gems.
Yeah,
100%.
I think it's
pretty. Yeah, that was a very nice round. Honestly, like very back and forth, and it just felt very good to watch. Like honestly, both players were very, very skilled and were clearly aware of what their decks wanted to do. And I think Kagero as well. For Crush Rush, I'm pretty sure going to see Crush Rush at the top I think from next round onwards, we're going to be able to show you the Swiss standings as well, to show you who is in which position into the tournament, so you know who to root for and which of your friends are in contention for making it to the top. So I think that's going to be very, very exciting. And even right now, I mean, we still have the round's not even done yet, and we already have at least 7 players that are XO. So there's still quite a few that are haven't finished their games. So we're going to see how that continues to evolve, which is very, very nice. So with that, we're going to wrap up on this round here. So we're just past the halfway point. It is very, very exciting. A very good round too. And then we got to see some excellent plays from both sides. So we're going to be back for round number 6 momentarily. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Card fight Vanguard! Get dressed, Trickstar! Cross overdress! Everyone's getting a power-up! Booster Pack! Blazing Dragon Reborn! Bushiroad!
バイス・シュバルツ東京リベンジャーズがカードゲームになって登場ここでしか手に入らないバイス・シュバルツだけの書き下ろしイラストも多数収録バイス・シュバルツ東京リベンジャーズブシロード
In making sure that the community is, engaged and happy, it definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people, I guess. Maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I played the games. So I love getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's a separate excitement. So sometimes when new card effects get shown, or in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for development, sometimes I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? You eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, um, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time, and then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, all right? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on
Why
pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys decide to click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end, it's interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
are back. Back once again for another round. This time is round number 6. And this is where things get intense. This is where the EXO players can afford to start dropping games after this one. And then the players that are X1 need to win at least a couple more. And if you're X2, then win all of them out to be safe. And if you're X3, then win all of them and pray. That's kind of how it's.
Yeah, you'll still be safe, I think. You'll still be safe. Just believe in the good players they've already topped, right?
True. That's right. As long as there's enough pass downs, you might be safe. We'll see.
Exactly.
But with all that being said, we actually have the standings right now going into round 6. And you can see we have only 7 undefeated players remaining, which means that after this we'll have 3 or 4. It's pretty crazy. We have Light, XZSG, Hexo Illumination, Oscar V, Ralph Shadow from Team VOC, Aqua, and Boba JW as the undefeated players. And Crush Rush we just saw lose a game but be the top of the X1s. And that is your 1st through 8th. And then Kai take us through the 9th to 16th.
We got Kurosaki ZX, Fuji, Kaikus, Click 1014, Ren Skywalker, Saber, Rubel, and do you guys Zen Kanji?
That's
and
right.
Then there's a lot more players as well, but that is the top 16 so far. So
yeah, that's the X1s. Yeah. A lot of the X1s, a lot of the players at the top of the leaderboard. And now we're gonna be watching a showdown between Click as well as Savior, XX Savior XX. They're both X1. And this is going to be, again, 2 decks that we haven't seen yet. I think that's the really exciting
That's
thing about this qualifier is that there's just so much variety. Like, we're watching top tables, and there's just so much variety between what the players are bringing, which is really surprising because, you know, it's just, you don't really expect it, per se, with how kind of, like, defined the meta felt going into this tournament. You thought everybody would be bringing Omal and Asha and just calling it a day. Maybe like, Bermuda? Maybe Luar? But we're
That's
gonna be
right.
seeing...
Chat, this is your time to guess. You have maybe 2 seconds or more to guess, but you know, lock it in.
Or not.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah,
But we've gave them a lot of hints, right? They haven't seen these before. We've seen a lot of clans so far. What could they be? Could it be Pelmoon? We haven't seen Pelmoon yet. Yeah. Could it be Nova Grappler?
That's right.
I think if I'm saying these clans out, you might think they're not that, but maybe it's the psych. Yeah.
They might be both clan event clans.
Ooh.
Perhaps.
Is that true?
And don't forget as well, you know, we still have a few more rounds. We have 6, 7, and 8 rounds of Swiss to show you. But once we're going to finish up the rounds of Swiss, we do have a special announcement. We don't even know it yet. The people running the show, not even the people running the show, we had actual Vanguard Zero Twitter interns tell us, hey, there's going to be an announcement at the end, and we're not going to tell you what it is, so we can screenshot your PogChamp faces and use them as a thumbnail for the videos. So we don't actually know what the announcements are. We don't actually know ourselves, but we're pretty excited to see what they might be. What do you think it is? I was honestly thinking to myself, I was like, what could they announce?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I was like, what if it's a server merge?
Server merge? Ooh.
That'd be super cool. I would love that.
Crazy. Yeah, I
would love that.
It could be anything. It honestly could be anything. Like,
maybe
yeah,
it's the collab that was announced on the JP side.
I mean, if it is, I'll be happy. Let's put it that way.
I'll be happy too. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the collab. But anyway, if you missed your chance to guess, We're going to be seeing a matchup between 2 clan event clans. It's going to be Click playing Genesis, as well as Savior playing Vanquisher. I want that Night Rose mat so bad, dude. You have no idea.
Yeah, but that Angel Feather mat though.
They're both so good.
Yo.
So jealous.
So we have Savior with Narukami versus Click with Genesis. So this should.
Oh no. And, the fighters disappeared.
Oh no. That's that's not good. Well, you know what happens? Connection issue happens. Yeah. So that's that. So back to our discussion before. What else could you think it is? You know, the surprise that we have at the end.
The surprise? Sorry, I heard you as some fries. I was
some
like, what?
fries.
We have fries at the end?
I wouldn't mind fries now, to be honest.
I could definitely have some fries at the end of all this. It's the time. But thinking what else it could be. Maybe it's like
chat can guess. Let chat guess. We've been thinking too much. Our brains, right, have been working for a while, so we can't give the best answers. Chat can give us the best. I'm sure Twitch chat 100% IQ, right? You guys.
I'm also, you know what I'm also waiting for? I would like for there to be. What if it's like, because Fighters Collection 2 is coming out, what if they're giving out a whole box for free?
Ooh,
what if
Fighters Collection?
Yeah, that's pretty
Very
good.
Nice.
Whole box for free. We're just guessing again. We don't know. We literally don't know. That's why my first guess was like server merch, playmats in JP. No way.
This is global though, right? This is global.
Yeah,
so,
but then if they merge servers, then JP can have playmats.
Yeah. So
right. Looks like we're good to go into the game here.
Here we go.
The tables of the matchup is flipped upside down. So we're gonna see
that's
Genesis.
Fine.
Click is gonna be on the top side now, and Savior is gonna be on the bottom side. So perspective is flipped, but keep that in mind. We see the Taro Ride going first. We've seen that every time, I think.
Yeah, when you draw the Taro, one tech is just to ride the Taro. So you have a Taro in the
Oh,
soul.
then you check the Taro. Oh my god.
That's not good.
And then when it gets to next month, you can ban the Taro.
Oh. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We've been every time. I think we're a bad influence on Genesis players. You know, every time we watch their games, I feel like bad things happen to them.
Yeah. They break and they just pack it up and leave. But it's
So,
alright.
At least Click has a Taro and Soul. But we got to think positively here.
That's true. Taro and Soul is very big. Alright, PG at the bottom though. That's not as great.
Well, you want damage, right? So might as well just get that damage, and then go ham, right?
Dude, it feels like Vanguard builds haven't changed much since Vanguard's been introduced. We've been picking up little cards here and there that are good, but for the most part, it feels like the builds have been more or less staying the same for quite a while.
I think the deck is just like not just okay. It's just like it's
been
kind of
good
complete.
for a long
You know?
time.
Yeah. You don't need to do too much. But this rush is going to be very scary for Click. 2 PGs are already revealed. A Gelger go into damage as well.
That's
just
pretty big.
the push, you know, because next turn, XX is it XX Savior XX gets the stride, right? And that's quite scary. You know, your stride turn, you usually push a little damage, but you know, it's when your opponent's at 2, it's much easier to hit those numbers.
Alright, well, let's see how those numbers will be hit. Looks like not much is happening this turn, that's for sure. We're just swinging, passing. Eagle Phase are 3, which is good, but Savior went second, which means they get to stride here on Click being grade 2, which is pretty big, and the bind actually is going to come out here as well. Get the nice Vanquish animation with the Henry skin, everyone's beloved.
Yes, I know he's one of your favorites, yeah?
Yes, big love. I'm doing hearts on stream right now, you guys can't see it.
Gonna get the bind off. I guess the cool thing about this is, if you're Click, you're looking at Narukami, you go, their first stride is like okay, it's not uber threatening, so you can kind of like play, you know, that Taro ride and just kind of delay one turn. Getting all this stuff bound.
Everything bound left and right.
Not great.
This is really good for Savior, although the numbers are barely hitting under 19, which is just a little unfortunate. But this starter can actually give something plus 5k, which will allow it to hit over the defensive. So this will actually push all the way to 6, trying to finish this game. Savior is like, I don't want to see you combo. I am going to win before you do a second Taro going to damage. That is not what you want to see, and that's going to be a draw coming out. Can we see some more of the grade 1, followed by another draw? 34, which means the heal guard can still block this, but PG comes out. Of course, there are no heal guards in this deck at all. We are running the Fenrir as a heal, and we do need to see a Fenrir here pretty soon.
We got that Fenrir, but just the hand size seems quite low. But gets the stride off. Very nice. 5 damage to work with here. This is basically game time.
Yeah,
Click needs
use
to
that
make
timer fast.
Yeah, Click needs to make this entire turn work very quickly, but also just win the game. Because I don't think he has enough to live next turn, just from like everything that is out. Right?
Nah, just go fast. Speed. We're gonna be looking at the top 2. Use that revelation real quick. Get that power up.
Going relatively fast, which is good. One of the biggest problems with this Genesis deck is that it uses up so much time. It's a lot of plays would enter that battle phase in the just the red, right? Just the red. A little bit of flashes left before the turn ends.
There's a Gyol, very important. This is the main enabler. It's the only way to soul blast the Taros out, and as long as you can get the second one in the soul, 2 of them are in the damage, but we do know that there should be one in the deck that can get brought back in.
Look, if Click can just make this work, you look at Savior's hand. Not many cards there. The possibility of there being many defensives is not high. So just needs to make some really big attacks now, and maybe can just pull through. A lot of soul charge is going to happen right here, it seems. with half the time remaining on the bar. It's pretty good.
Kotonoha going in Soul. We're slowly building up the pieces, but we're not finding the Taro. Ooh,
That is
that's a
very
scary soul charge. That's a lot of stuff.
It's
Going
hyper
in there.
compression.
Grappa gonna do it again. PG went in. So this
Ooh.
way you know that your deck is gonna be basically all just stands.
Yeah, I think the
Trying to
orange
stand
went in
much
as well.
possible.
So that's
Yep.
pretty cool. And the last
Grappa
grappa.
again. PG. I feel like the deck should be all stands by this point. I thought no, there's only 3 stands in deck. That can be frog. I'm gonna use
And they're gonna
Hell
do it
Sky one
again.
more time.
There should be an
Last
orange.
CB.
Right?
Yes.
And this will basically do it. This should kind of just filter the hand, the deck now.
Down to 3. That's 40k power. Last bar of time though. Don't let that playmat hide the time bar. It's almost out. Alright, 2 cards left in deck. Call down a booster. Call down another one. Revelation one last time. Just get that last card in there. Up on top.
And here we go. There, look at that. Look at that time. 4 bars. Very cool.
Yep.
This is gonna
Alright,
go for
managed
the-
to move very quickly throughout the main phase. That was a very skilled showing.
This should be a double restand, yeah?
I believe so. Let's get the Taro back to deck. And then get the
Second
other
one?
one back to deck. And this way you are, and your triple drive is basically all stands. It's very nice.
That's right.
But wait a
And-
second.
No, so the top should be a
The
Gelja.
first card
and
should
they'll-
be a Gelgia, yeah.
Oh, the heal whiffing. Does
that
Savior have 3 PGs in hand?
This is bad timing. This is two stands coming out right now.
Oh, look at this.
Yup, and then we're
There's
gonna
the
pass
one.
on. This is all or nothing as well for Click because there's no way to recycle the deck. So going in, asking for 3 PGs, or otherwise you are not surviving. PG. Is there a
The
third
last
Anastasia, or is this game 64? It's gonna connect.
Needs
It
a
still
heal.
hits, but there's 3 heals in deck. There is a chance to survive. Is there hope? There is not. Chato does the 6 damage, and Click actually takes it despite how strong of an opening Savior had there with Vanquisher. Click had to ride the Taro, had to play so much slower, but getting to 5 damage, that's the scary thing, right? You give them 5 damage, they have 5 CB to work with, they will get that win con. Like, you are going to just blow through your CB, use all the Hellsky Fenrirs, use like the Gyol, just everything. Like, that was really well done. That was an excellent showing.
Yeah, I think that was a really good. Again, really good showing for Fender. Click knew what he had to do. Right, no turns left. Not gonna live the next turn. So why bother? Doing anything extra? Let's make a big turn here. Let's go for the win and just take it. If they've got the 3 PGs, they've got the 3 PGs. But even Savior doing what he did was fine. You rush, push, try and get as many, hit those tires out of the deck. Try and make your opponent drop some cards as well. Just make their life generally miserable as possible, right? And then, force them to be on that last turn as soon as possible. Make them try to go all in when they're maybe not repaired. 2 PGs might be enough. Just might be enough.
Yep.
Could be enough. But in that case, just unlikely. Just unluckily wasn't. So, but still, it was the correct way to go, I think, and just turned out well for Click.
Yeah, so honestly speaking, like that comeback was so huge. I genuinely didn't expect Click to make the comeback there because of how dire things looked. Like, it was basically the cards in hand were barely enough to even make the combo happen. I think they started the turn on like 2 cards, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just that was a very scary start that I wasn't sure if they could make it out of. But being able to find the combo and also having like a Kotoha / the grade 3 version of it that can power up enough to make it so that the only way you're guarding those attacks is through PGs is incredible. Like, obviously for Savior, it kind of sucks I didn't see any of their heals come through effectively. The only one we saw got whiffed, but in the end, like, that's part of the game, right? That sometimes does happen, that you don't see the right triggers at the right time, and you have to just still find yourself to win despite that. And seeing Click perform there kind of had me thinking as well how the Fenrir loop, right? We used to call it Wise Man loop in TCG because Wise Man was the enabler, but now it's kind of like Gyol loop, Taro loop, Fenrir loop. I think just calling it Fenrir loop is the right way to do it. But it was a deck that existed in the TCG and was very notorious for being just an obnoxious kind of like combo deck that obviously took a long time to set up and then just went infinite. It could actually go infinite in a TCG because of the way that the deck worked, but because there's no, I guess, you can't really afford to go infinite, or because of the way that Zero works, you can't go infinite.
Yeah.
But the deck still got adapted because the tools are all still there into the current rendition of the deck, and it's such a famous deck. Like Taro as a card was made famous through that combo in the TCG, right? And
Yep.
now it's still putting in the same amount of work in Zero as well. And I wonder, there are some decks that were very notorious in the TCG that never really made a splash in Zero. So like, I want to say Ripples, Odysseus didn't really do anything in Zero, and like Night Runner with Seven Seas also didn't really do anything in Zero either. Those are both kind of archetypes that were insanely famous. Same for Time Leap too, like the Elite Four. They're called Elite Four for a reason. Like that deck was so powerful and so notoriously strong, whereas here it's like the solid tier 2, right? It just doesn't do enough because of the way that Zero deck building works. But do you think, are there any decks left in this G era that could still be decks that were insanely strong but could end up being mid when it comes to Zero?
One of the things, right? One of the mid decks was, I have to say, like Dark Irregulars, because you don't get to play 4 assassins, and that's a big thing. If you need like 4 of a starter, you probably won't have the chance to see that. Things like if it's a standard like Taro, that's great. And then if we look in the past where, multi-attack decks that rely on your opponent guarding for 5k multiple times, like Time Leap, generally don't do well because your opponent gets damage shielding, and that's that. I mean, like if you've played the Geek Chronicle deck before, when they're on 5 damage, it feels great, right? Because you're still doing a lot of attacks and you get a win off. But part of the greatness of Time Leap back then was that you would poke for 5k. If they're praying for that damage check, they don't get it, you get another attack. You get another
and
attack.
if they guard, they're losing pieces from hand because everything was 5k shield.
That's right. So those were strong in TCG. They don't translate very well into Zero. Something that really comes to mind would be alt mile in the future, like Brave with the Fides, where you'd want to just hit for weak numbers, but you'd have the multi-guard effect, because guarding works totally differently here.
Yeah, like that was like, you had a battle door, a triple, what was it? Like, it was like, you had to guard with a specific grade, right? You had to have like equal grades.
I think you needed to guard with, was like 2 cards, or the attack would hit anyway.
Yeah, so it was like an early prototype Battle Door, because Battle Doors only came out in V Series. So for those of you that are exclusively Zero players, what a Battle Door skill is that when something attacks, it asks for 2. You have to guard. If you would guard from hand, you have to guard with 2 cards at the same time, or you cannot guard. So basically, even if a card attacks for something that would be like a 5,000 shield, so like 13 into a 13, you'd have to drop 2 5Ks, or like a 5K in a grade 3 or something, for the guard to actually happen, right? So like that's in Battle Door, and those were introduced from the first set of V. And Fides was kind of like the prototype of it, I want to say.
Yeah. And I think something like that won't be as great, because, it depends on how the skill has changed, for example.
Yeah.
But apart from that, right, probably maybe, I think the leaders looks to be very, very cool.
Because it also prevents striding, right?
Yeah. But
like
I'm
that
pretty
hit that prevents you from striding probably is not going to be the same in Zero.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the
same. That's way too powerful. Like the fact that you can't guard it.
Yeah.
It's way, like if it was like CB3 or something, I feel like that generally might be like a once per game effect. The other thing is that, like, for me, a deck that was very strong in TCG that I think will either need to be kind of revolutionized or changed very much in Zero is Dominate, because especially early Dominate, you gave, it was like 4k increments, I think, right? So you gave 4k to the things you dominated. And I think the early Dominate stuff didn't actually give power on its own. You had to give it through like the frog and stuff like that would power up your opponent's stuff when they would attack. But the thing is, in Zero, if you dominate while they're not on 5, they'll just hit they'll hit a defensive, they'll go to 16, and your dominate stuff doesn't hit anymore. So like, will every dominated unit get 5k?
Yeah, I mean, with
Dominate was strong. Like, it wasn't insane on drop. It was like the perfect power level. But when Rene came out, that was a strong deck.
Yeah, I think things will definitely need to change with Dominate, and I think it's a bit too early to see, right?
You think? I feel like Dominate is around the corner, like in terms of where the anime was at and where the Zero story is right now.
I mean, I think we're gonna see it very soon, right? Because we saw in JP, but they'll probably need to change something with that, to make it more Zero friendly, I think. But I think one thing that we have mentioned is I think Battle Sisters might not be as good as they were back then.
Yeah, so I mean the thing with Battle Sisters was that Battle Sisters were a good archetype come what set 11 in G.
Yeah,
but they had Ishikishima to boot, right? Because like you had Battle Sisters which drew you a bunch of cards and gave power, and also had like the whole like this hits or doesn't hit, I'm gonna draw cards.
Yep.
But then
also
you also had Ichitom. Like
yeah, you had an early game. You could play the grade 2 game. These things don't really exist much in Zero, and intercepts are huge, right?
Yes.
You can just stop attacks. So that overall, I think that will not be as strong as before. But I think everything else will be still quite fine. Blasters.
That's true. We still don't have the blaster engine. We don't even have Exceed yet. That should be up pretty soon too.
That's right. Destiny should be soon too.
Yeah. I mean, Destiny might be a little bit further away. I think Exceed and like the Ganslot Stride, that was still like pretty, like that still feels like mid G to me. I guess more like towards the second half. But yeah, like the entire Aichi Legend deck with the Ganslot Stride, and then like Barkle, Flogel, Blaster Friend Liu, all that stuff. Like if they print at the end of the attack the Vanguard on Liu, we have a different story. But I think with having like a powerful countercharging engine and the Flogels, that's going to be a scary deck. The only problem is that, again, the strong thing about Blasters was that you could stack crits on Blaster Blade and damage deny, right?
That's right.
So you just check a crit on Blaster Blade and then just like keep restanding it, and your opponent has to guard and they're stuck at 4 with like no CB. So
yeah, but it does come with Retire though, and we all know Retire is very important in this game. So I think there's still positive. I think it'll still be good. But I'm again Kagero, Destiny, and Purge and all that. Getting past Resists too was their original power. So I think that could translate extremely well into Zero. Just good, right? Just good. I think that was some of the strongest decks for a while, with like Aquaforce and Deletas when they came out. So I think we're in a good spot. Maybe Messiah is not as strong as before, right?
Yeah, Messiah. The thing is, Messiah was falling off around this time in the TCG too, right? Like they got really good strides, but they weren't. The deck itself wasn't good enough because because Chaos was way better too.
Well, the history of Messiah was the Link Joker set comes out and everyone's playing Chaos, but then everyone plays Messiah anyway, just to beat them for free.
Yeah, to beat Chaos, but now Chaos isn't as notorious.
Yes. And then, I think like Deletas also, I think Deletas might be one of the better. the better Link Joker thing. So you got it's not really a counter though. In Zero it works a bit differently.
Yeah, like Chaos is good in Zero because it beats the combo decks like Alma.
Yeah.
If it opens Photon/Iron.
So I think it works differently in Zero. So I think it's the Messiah overall just might not be as great. Yeah. And that's kind of how
I wonder though, because Messiah got really good once it got like Lady Fencer, and that wave of Messiah support was really powerful because you also had the grade 3. I want to say the grade 3 Messiah came out in Stargate, which was like the one that with the rearguard circle effect.
Yeah.
The one that was basically like another multi-attack enabler. So I wonder if that's gonna help push it up as well, because it's gonna be hard for the deck if everything kind of keeps the same effects of like having to swing into Vanguard and things like that. But we'll see. With Messiah, they've definitely I think the first wave Messiah in Zero was also they were very strict on it with like the whole like unlocks the start of battle phase kind of shtick. That definitely made it not as powerful as it was in the TCG, and even in TCG it wasn't that strong at the start either. It took a while to get to that level. So I'm curious to see. And especially with like the last GR Messiah, the one that resets both players to 5 hands, Like that, I feel like that's gonna be nasty. If like your opponent's sitting on PGs, just like nope, get all that out of here.
That would be pretty OP, to be honest.
But that's like the whole like strength of that card. Like that wasn't the best part of that card, but it was one of like the gimmicks, right? So it's like it's a god card, right? Messiahs are all god cards, so that's kind of like a god should be pretty powerful as a result. So I feel like they could still keep that.
I think it's a bit too strong, right? I think it's a bit too strong. In terms of like hand values, in Zero as well works differently compared to the TCG.
True.
So maybe too strong. Maybe they need to change it, but
we'll see it.
We'll see, right? Zero Dragons.
This has been your DF and Kai podcast, episode 0.
That's right.
As we I think are getting close to finishing up this round 6, so we only have I think like 1 or 2 games just finishing up, or players that haven't reported their results or so. So I think with that, we're going to go for a short break. But for those of you that have enjoyed the discussion, if there are any decks that you're looking forward to, do you think they will be strong in Zero? Do you think they will convert well? Things like Dominate, Blasters, etc. that are still yet to come out. Let us know your thoughts in the chat, and we'll try to respond to it during the break as well. So with that, we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with round 7 and the standings after that as well. So we'll see you very soon.
バンドリガールズバンドパーティー、ポッピンパーティー、キラキラドキドキしたいな。
アフターグロー、今日もいつも通り行こう。
パステルパレット、みんなで最高のステージにしようね。
ロゼリア、このメンバーで頂点を目指すわ。
ハローハッピーワールド、世界を笑顔に。モルフォニカ、輝く景色を一緒に。
レイザー水蓮、暴れる準備はいい？
個性豊かなバンドメンバーとライブを成功させよう。リズムゲームパートではゲームオリジナル楽曲がたくさん遊べる。さらにライブ背景を MV にして遊べる楽曲も。そしてリズムゲームの体感もパワーアップ。有名カバー楽曲も続々登場。知ってる楽曲でたくさん遊べるよ。最大5人での協力ライブが可能。みんなで協力してライブを成功させよう。バンドライフを楽しむアドベンチャーパート。ラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ。日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう。私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそう。バンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中。始めよう、私たちのバンドライフ。
Card Fight Vanguard, featuring new units. Everything will be locked. V-Clan Collection, Volumes 5 and 6. Bushiroad.
バイスシュバルツ、東京リベンジャーズがカードゲームになって登場。ここでしか手に入らないバイスシュバルツだけの書き下ろしイラストも多数収録。バイスシュバルツ、東京リベンジャーズ、ブシロード。
G'day everyone, how's it going? Back?
G'day.
That's right. We're round 7. We're nearly at the end of today, and we'll soon be seeing who made it all the way to the top 38. But let's take a look at the standings right now. The second last round. See who's pretty much made it. All right, we got Light XZSG, rank 1. We've got Oscar V. Also
I think
second.
that's Oscar Villalba. That's one of the world champions.
I think he is because I think he's from Mexico as well. So I think it is. Yeah. And then third, we've got Illumination. Fourth, we've got Ralph Shadow, then Crush Rush, Hex O, OG Click 1014, and Rubel rounding out the top 8. And let's flip it over, Chris. The rest of top 16.
See it. We're still in the X1 territory. Fuji, Seba, Kaisas, Aqua, Niche, JW, MD, Mavis, and Romeo. We're still in that beautiful X1 slot. We're going to be taking a look at a matchup between two X1 players here as well, which is kind of the line where I think for the time being you still want those wins to be safe into top 38. And I mean, X1s will be the ones fighting for some of those gem prizes too, right? I think we only have 4 undefeated players left. After this round, only 2. And so after round 8, only 1. Which means we're going to have a clear winner for who gets the 5,000 gems. And then who is going to be fighting for the remaining gem slots of the top 8. So only top 8 get gems, but the top 38 are the ones going to be going up into the finals going into next month. So it's going to be super, super exciting. And of course, don't forget, I mean, you see it every time there's a break, but the circuit finals are October 23rd/24th, so in exactly a month's time, which is a great, just enough time to prepare. It's going to be a new meta, new month, new set, and you get the whole month basically to prepare for the tournament, which is pretty good. If you have any spicy picks you want to bring into your deck lineup, that's going to be your chance. And as we've talked a lot about, the meta today, it feels kind of hard, honestly. Like, we've seen so many different decks. Like, how do you even pick the right decks? And if some players I think don't even play necessarily the decks that we expect to be at the top, like All Mala, Neo Nectar, but they might just be bringing their spicy 3, and then it's like, okay, how do you prepare against that? Like, if you spend all your time playtesting against Asha and All Mala, right?
Yeah, like we've seen the big decks being played here, but we've also seen so many of like the clan event decks, not meta decks. We've got a game up. Let's jump into it. A Link Joker versus Neo Nectar matchup. Bear in mind as well, going into the finals, it's a it's a conquest format, and you're gonna need to bring 3 decks. So you have to pick the ones that you want to bring. And again, always mention that the how do you say it, the global meta is a bit different from the ones that you see in JP. So it should be quite interesting. We've seen here's an interesting matchup, I want to say. Right, is we've seen Neo Nectar be so dominating, right? But in JP, we've seen players ban the Link Joker. And, that should be quite interesting to see how this matchup actually plays out, because we've seen the Thurias, we've seen how disruptive they can be to retires, and at the same time like locks as well. But there is a reason why they don't want to face against the Link Joker as well. So I want to see how this actually plays out. What do you think, Chris?
I mean, it's as you say, a matchup that is a little bit harder in that sense, but I also don't know what Link Joker archetype we are going with here as well. Like, Stride Fodder and Grade 3 Searcher doesn't really necessarily tell you that much, right?
That's right.
So
that's right.
This could still be deleters, for all we know. This could be Messiahs. Again, this heal doesn't tell us anything either.
Yeah, I think the ones that I've seen the most success though is Chaos.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, but the Chaos into this is, again, right? You have the 3 set up. They can't really.
It's not great.
You can only unlock specific things.
Important thing is also like Link Joker CBs quite a lot, and like using Zinc is good, but that kind of decks you out. So you don't really have the CB or the space to be using the like resist removers and things like that. So it's all just a bit of a difficult road for this deck.
Well,
it is Chaos. All right, there we go. That's the confirmation, loud and clear, what this deck is.
Yeah. So like, Narumino has lost a Thuria there, but very easy to get back. Just trigger a heal, and pretty much good to go. Oh, on the dragon.
Yeah, that's a
now-
countercharger dragon. We don't really see that very often these days. It's still a good form of countercharge, especially when you use your lost memory quite actively. But let's see how it's gonna play out. Not
In a
gonna get
way,
locked on
though, when
turn
you
2 yet.
when you think about it, like you don't really need the countercharger because you just play in a certain way that you don't need it, right?
Especially with the new cards, like you don't CB for most of the stuff. Everything gains
Yeah.
power for free. You know, a lot of your resources just kind of come by from one CB. Jingle Flower doesn't cost any CB either, so it's a surprising addition for sure.
And Nishi playing this very, very carefully. Nishi actually gets the first stride here, which is pretty huge, right? Because we've mentioned before how Link Joker has it's kind of a weak first stride. This will help them get over it, you know? Get that first stride and get the engine going while New Nectar is still stuck on their first non-jingle turns. And in a way as well, right? Generally, when you go first, you want to put on pressure on the opponent. But because you're against Link Joker, you can't really do that.
Yeah, like that's what you end up seeing here is like right swing pass, not even promoting the attacker to the front, and this stand gets wasted as a result too, which is pretty difficult, not gonna lie. Especially now that you're giving first strike to Chaos, which is like their worst, but they're gonna lock. They can only lock back row here.
Yeah.
So I feel like promoting that grade 2 would have actually been the right play, because the only way they can lock that front row is Photon. So worst, like in either case, your worst case is your thing getting locked, but the best case scenario is they don't have Photon and they stride into something that doesn't do much.
But I feel like if Narumino did push that card up, and then Nishi had a Photon, right? That's just kind of game, right? It's you lock the front row and you keep it locked, and that's it. This one, like getting the back row locked, not that much of a big deal, maybe, right?
Yeah, let's see here. So there's no actual locking options. You're gonna basically just swing your opponent to force them to forward with the rears, and then lock the back row with the on hit, and that puts you in a good position.
Oh,
the heal coming out is actually very, very big here. That does mess up the attack pattern, and they're gonna only basically like unless you sack triggers like no tomorrow, we're not gonna be pushing anywhere past 3 here.
It's the hits the Chaos Breaker from the top 5 check. This one,
Let's try for the next turn.
Judgment Decide going in. First draw.
Alright. We need another trigger for that side to hit at all.
Second check.
Nothing there. Do we see a way to hit? Is it possible? No, it's not. Alright. Gonna finish this turn on 3 damage.
Able to lock the back row is pretty good.
Yes, 100%. But this could have been a much scarier turn.
Yeah.
Comparatively. This gives a
It
bit of
would
a
have been a
breathing
huge
room
turn.
for Narumino for sure.
But if Nishi could push just a 5 damage, for example, that would have been a lethal attacks next turn possibly. And just basically, it actually just changes the whole game. Narumino won't be able to have a really such a free turn here. I think it's coming up.
Yeah, Narumino here can essentially just establish a big board, can go into Selfina, can go into all kinds of strikes, to be honest. But I think Selfina probably is going to be the... Oh yeah, Multivitamin also works. You get a bunch of power across the board, especially with this kind of build that we're seeing. Seems like a bit of an older Asha build with a new Asha in there. Has the stand trigger choice and the ride target of choice. She really is the best ride target. Like, every time we see Searing Heart, I just kind of get reminded of how good this card is.
Gets the double lost memory.
They're gonna both get power.
Wow. Very nice.
Yep. And this means you can swing Vanguard to rear and then just draw 3 off lost memory, which is really, really good. And everything gets power. And of course, the one on the other side has boost. So could use it as that, but not really necessary here. And not even gonna push to 4, so Chaos can't even retire the counter charges. So you're gonna have to lock up that board from scratch. Another heal comes out, keeping Narumido at 2 even. That's really big because now I get to use the CB to draw a bunch. Drawing almost a full hand.
One thing though is that now Narumino has front rows that can get locked, which can be not great. And it just really depends what Niche does now. But I mean, Big Crunch is pretty good, right?
Yeah, I feel like you have the GB count for Big Crunch here. You might as well go for. The thing is, you might want to keep the Big Crunch for when Thuria comes down because that's your outs to Thuria as well.
But in Vanguard Zero, you can only target the front row with Big Crunch, right?
That is true. Sorry, I was thinking mixing up with Root Flare. So yeah, I guess you just Big Crunch here then, and starts shutting down the columns. And then if you have an Iron, that gets you the full lock across the board, which is super, super good. It puts you very far ahead.
You can always Universe though.
Slower game.
But
Now
Big
we're going
Crunch,
Big
yep.
Crunch. I agree
There
with
we
it.
go. Would you
Yeah,
lock?
it's gonna be
Which side would you lock? The one with the double memory?
Yeah, I think. Okay, choosing to take the countercharger out again. I guess
Like,
double
that's-
memory means like as long as you lock the other front, there's the Iron, perfect. So 2 CB to lock 3 cards is a pretty good deal if you ask me.
Pretty value.
You're not forced to use the Zinc here either, and you can pull down like the resist on the other column. There we go. For very nice attacks, and hopefully this time not run headfirst into a defensive.
Yeah, hand size is pretty good for Nisha's side. So this will push to 5, it seems.
Do you swing Vanguard here because there's still heals in deck? With this, I would personally read from this that there's heals in hand. Because they chose not to swing Vanguard first, and they want to push to 5.
I think it's like it's cute to swing first, but then again you'll lose out on damage.
Yeah,
If
which
you
you're
just
already
push
behind
here,
on.
I would not worry about the heals, I think. Because if I push here, I put to 5, and then next turn, if I can do the same play again, I get 3 cards out of the hand.
Yeah.
While like if they won't be able to deal any damage to me this turn. That's the thing.
Exactly. Like they have to go into Harmonics, which is their one of to basically just unlock this board and then not do anything with it because and milling the PG is not what you want to see. Oof, it's not great. You can put it back with Thuria if you can feel the Thuria.
Riding
it.
here.
Feels like it's
Probably
maybe the
Harmonics.
Messiah, but Harmonics doesn't. Ooh, no, we're gonna go into
True.
Dream
This
Spinning
can attack from the back. This can at least attack the intercepts, wipe out both intercepts.
and pray for stands.
True. Yes.
I think they play 5 stands from the looks of it. So you can call Thuria out here, and then Thuria's starter main phase ability lets you put that put something back. You're gonna overcall the Thuria. I think here you want to field as many Thurias as possible while you can.
Ooh, there it
get the
is.
double
Look at
out,
that.
and then this gets 2 cards back into deck, which I think can put the PG back as well. I missed
more
what was
Thurias
back
as
there.
well.
Oh, no, it has to be with the same name, so never mind. Cannot do that. It has to be just the Asha. They're still good. Okay, so we only get 1 Thuria just because we don't have any other targets. So this is gonna put back. Yeah, we put back the Thuria. We're gonna search out the Thuria as well. Get the power up, and now you get 2 swings. Swing with rear first, so that if you check a stand, you effectively get yourself the swing to face as well. Puts them into limit break range, but you are putting yourself out of kill range, going back to 4 with this heal trigger.
Loss.
We get a stand. Yes,
Lost
we
there.
do.
Ooh.
This is still gonna connect. Very good. Damage case equalized.
21k as well.
Pretty good.
Gets 1.
Alright.
But yeah. Oh. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Big whiff.
Can actually Soul Blast and retire like one of the back rows, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
And then do something like a Universe. Or you can just Soul Blast like the front row.
And then Universe the front. The other front.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Ooh.
I like that a lot. Making use of the Searing Heart to keep the resources going, and also the triple Thuria, which means that one of your front rows is now untouchable. So You might actually want to use the Soul Blast in the back row, and then relock that front row instead. Yeah, that's that's what Nisha's gonna do. I mean, if Nisha's come this far going X1 with Chaos, I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing. And especially looking at the deck totals for Naruto, you could just be going for a deck out victory here because Thuria is strong, but is it gonna be enough to refund everything? And by refund, I mean like you have to keep the deck count going.
I mean, 7 is pretty scary.
Yep.
Universe will maybe help break the board, maybe? Just put it behind though, but...
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this isn't gonna do as much as we'd like it to, especially with Stans still in deck there. Keep in mind that Thuria can put them back.
In there too.
Yeah.
Zinc, you can Zinc. You're so far ahead in terms of deck count. You can do that.
Don't need to though. Not for now, at least. And here, I think again we're asking the question of like, all right, Swift to heal. Are they in hand? We're gonna find out by this attack pattern. Looks like they are.
1 damage goes in.
Blank down to 6 cards in deck. Gonna be 5 on the turn draw, which means you stride to go down to 4. You put 2 back from Thuria, you're back up to 6. So you can still triple drive in relative comfort. And it looks like there's like 1 heal left and 2 stands. Somewhere between the deck and the hand.
Second, nothing. The third check. Oh. Miscounted.
He's gonna get requested. The power is high enough. I feel like there is 1 heal in hand. I think that's a safe assumption. So with that, we had to first call something out from hand to a locked circle. There's only 1 intercept, I just noticed. So that allows Naruto to... I wonder if they go for like another dream spinning? And there's gonna be Jingle Flower, so we're gonna start to beef up the defenses here and just like Thuria our way. But the power here is not gonna be as high as usual. But the thing is that Link Joker also doesn't reach power that's that high.
That's
so if
right.
Is at least 18, it's pretty good. And when the things get unlocked, they will actually contribute to the power again. So there we go. We went to 4. Now we're back to 6. Thuria's left and right.
Endless amount of.
Ooh, Pia keeps you from decking out too. We don't see Pia much in modern lists.
But it is a target because it doesn't have resist.
You can use it and then overcall it.
True.
So you're gonna just target the Thuria here, I think, for the power up. Yeah. And then with that, I think you can just overcall it. Alright, gonna choose Jingle Flower with Thuria. Alright, gonna keep the Pia there. I mean, then it's still a good booster that allows you to hit if you flip a stand, which the stands went back here too, so they're in this very minimal deck. So the chance of hitting them is very high. You only really want to see 1. The second one would get wasted if it does come out, which it is gonna. The power release is gonna be important, asking for PGs here. But only 1. Only the first PG of the game is getting checked here, which is also not ideal.
So Nishi is in a weird position because they can't remove... They can't Soul Blast for Chaos Breaker's effect.
Oh, you're right. They're out. They didn't use the Zinc.
Yeah, that's why the non-Zinc unit usage is gonna punish Nisha a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Because otherwise, that would be 1 intercept basically removed, which is great. You don't have to worry about it, and the whole power lines just kind of diminish. Though you can just go into like another big crunch.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You big crunch the left column. Or Universe.
Might not be, might not be running 4 big crunch though. So
yeah, the
space Universe is fine too.
So all draws are out now. That is the last grade 3, which means that Legion is no longer on the table either.
Oh wow. That's kind of huge.
Going to lock the back. So I'm assuming, yeah, that means an Iron is going to come out and lock the Lost Memory, which means that this way you are essentially shutting down... you're kind of shutting down 2 columns normally, but because this is Asha, not really. The power gain is going to be pretty big.
Oh, this sync going in. But
You have a
does
booster.
yeah Niche have a booster? Because that's important.
Yes, they do, and they're going to draw one as well, which... Are they going to draw? That's actually very dangerous. They're going to choose to
Going down
commit
to
to it.
6.
There's only 3 defensive cards left in hand for Narumino, so if you can get 2 of them out this turn, and survive until the next turn, which normally they should, with up to 3 PGs in hand, that would mean that they can then close it out next turn, because there's no way for Narumino to send back the defensive cards. This 18 is going to ask for a heal guard, which that's going to be the last heal out. Only 2 triggers left total for Narumino. The same goes for Nisha, actually. And here we get a 30k swing, which
Maybe this
exactly
is-
asks for a PG.
Yeah, this is kind of setting up for the next turn. If they get one. I think Niche should have the should be able to defend the next turn. You know. One
Yes, I think
front
there's
row
2 heal
lock.
guards and like 1 or 2 PGs in hand. Very defensive hand, actually. So that's why like the draw from the deleter was actually important, because they need to field attackers for next turn too. And so now there's a lock from hand, which is probably gonna lock over the Gladiolus. Yes. And now they have the 1 soul to retire whatever unlocks on the front row there.
Oh wow.
And then potentially just like lock via anything the other front row, as long as it's not a Thuria. But it probably will be, because I think the back row Thuria here will just bounce back into the front. So we're going for another Jingle Flower, which I'm not sure if that's the correct play, to be honest, because here we're going to recycle something. I think there's a standstill on deck.
I feel like
good, but it's not enough.
I feel like Narumino might not have enough kind of how do you say it? You know, the strides might not be perfect for this situation, so just finding what they can scrounge up.
This is good. Like, this double 30 is strong. It makes it so that you cannot lose both of your intercepts before you get into the battle phase. So they will be forced to actually swing into the Thuria, even if they retire the other one. Which means they don't need to worry about locking.
That's
And
actually
you only have
fine.
1 defensive in hand.
Yeah, that's actually overstand.
It doesn't matter. This is going to be a PG into a heal guard.
But here's the thing, right? Is only 1 PG on Narumino's side, so you will.
There's no heals on PG. This is Nisha's game.
Yeah, Niche actually has this.
Yeah, it was, again, every time we see, and I think Narumino knows that. Narumino knows that is a very defensive hand, and that's why he swung at the rear, because he knows that Niche has to spend the Soul Blast here on getting rid of the Lost Memory, and
and if you there's no
field
11, there's kind of no 11k grade 3s left in the deck as well when you think about
all
it.
draws are out. So now they have to draw off of this, draw for turn, 6 cards. If 4 of them were defensives, because I'm pretty sure both fields are still in hand, and I think both PGs are probably in hand too. They have had to draw into something that can hit over. Thing is, they can hit 15 to rear from the Vanguard line, but then Vanguard, the Asha becomes 15, but it's not enough. They have a stride, that's all they need. This stride should be able to find. I think there's still photons in deck. X-Elix is going to be the choice here. I think at this point you're just striding into whatever you have available. You've gone through your big locking strides. But you don't need to lock anymore, to be honest.
That's right. That's right. But what are the cards in hand, though? You might stride just to try and draw a card, you know? Like...
100%. Iron is all you need. We are hitting
16.
enough. That's all they really... Wait a second. I think... Did the PG go to bottom? Is that 100% confirmed? Or are we playing it a little risky here?
Well, we'll find out. We will find out.
Photon. Okay, that's going to be to the bottom. That's going to be a first draw. Double Photon. Oh, no.
Photons
What's the third
everywhere.
card? It's another grade 2, so did they not find the grade 2 there? So then the draw for turn next turn will be Photon. Which can lock an extra PG.
no.
The last PG comes out. Wait, this was supposed to be Nisha's game, but because they don't have triggers and they know that they cannot make a 15k line, The Jingle Flower barely keeps Narumido alive.
But I think Niche still has it though, because what can
they have 4
Narumido do
defensives,
here?
yeah.
Yeah.
Narumido cannot stride because they will run out of cards.
Or Primavera?
Right? Oh, Primavera is actually the only way, but
oh no.
Okay, so you have to put back a normal unit off of this Thuria. You have to. So here's what you have to. Okay, they're not using Asha. So using Asha there to field another Thuria, which I think they don't actually have, would have allowed them to put 2 cards back. But with this, they have 2, and they effectively. Wait, no. But what did they call? There's Pia can put 1 card back. You don't have a way to clone Pia in the main phase because there's none of them in the deck. This Thuria. Why was this Thuria not called from the Stride skill? I feel like it should have. If it was called from the Stride skill, you would have had another way to actually put another card back to deck outside of this Pia. And so here, everything powers up, but I'm not entirely sold in this game plan. Are we just going to use Gladiolas to
there's
make another
4
attacker?
attacks to the Vanguard, right?
So if a Gladiolus went back here, then yes.
Oh, this is 5.
No, we had 1 swing to rear, first swing to face. This is gonna make
another attack.
Thuria. So this is the second swing. It's gonna get heal guarded. The next Vanguard swing will get heal guarded. The Vanguard will swing without using its effect because there's no targets without decking out. And as a result, it will just drive check 3 times.
No, but Primavera puts back a bunch.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So this will actually... I'm going to be completely honest with you. I forgot about the fact that it puts back cards. So this can actually refield. Yeah, this barely keeps Narumido alive. My sincere apologies.
But you know what's scary is if Niche drew a Photon, they could have locked a card, right? And that would have lowered the power to just enough as well.
Wow.
So the jingle was actually correct.
The jingle was completely correct. The entire correct line of play. That's so crazy. Thuria, Pia, and then what is the last card? It is a PG. So the first draw next turn will be a Thuria, but this is going to be a game. There's going to be both PGs coming out. There's no heals left. Yep. Narumido barely managed to turn this around. This is such a crazy turnaround. I thought Niche had this in the bag, but they were missing that extra attacker or that ability to lock something with all was left in deck. And no matter how much they tried digging for, they couldn't find it. And Narumido is going to seal the deal and continue to be X1 here using Asha. What an excellent display of skill from both players.
What a read. What a read.
That was crazy. Because the drive checks were there from a long time ago. There was no deck shuffling. Like, there was no colony maker used to refresh either.
Yeah. So just going, you don't have any good cards to put down. Let's play let's just go into the jingle and hope for the best. Because even if you had another dream spinning, right, to get the multi-attack, so I don't think Narumido would have won, right? Walk into some defensives, and then next turn, 3 attacks, and you're done. But because you couldn't make those 3 attacks, that's what actually won the game, right? That little niche kind of situation popped up, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Right? So
what an incredible game! Like, that was really well played from both players. I think it goes to show, once you're at these top tables watching these X1 games, like, you have to really use every single piece of information you have, whether it's like the drive checks going to the bottom, knowing that those attackers were all there was such a huge, like, it was a read and a gamble at the same time, kind of believing that there's no more ways to draw and find those parts and go that deep into the deck anymore. So that was really excellently played. We're kind of seeing the pinnacle of competitive Zero here, and this is only the qualifiers. We're not even at the final showdown that is happening next month, right? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So with that is going to be it for this round 7. I feel like I need to get some water, man, after that round. That was crazy. Luckily, there's only a couple games left, so as they wrap up into the break, we are going to let them just finish up their games. But when we come back, this is the part that you've been waiting for. Round 8 is going to happen. We're going to get in. We're going to show you the standings. We're going to get through the round. And then pretty sure it's before we show who makes it into top 38, we're gonna have some special announcements. We have a couple things to show that we still don't know what these announcements are. So you're gonna be just as excited and surprised as we are. So you don't want to miss it. So make sure to stick around all the way until the end of round 8 as we finish up the entire tournament. So you do not want to miss it. But with that, that's gonna be it. You have anything else to close out on, Kai, before we go to break?
Nah, let's get hydrated from that game and get ready for round 8.
That's right. See you very soon.
Mankind's final piece to preserve their existence in a fight against the gods. Ragnarok, the battle of the strongest against the strongest. Which side are you on? Record of Ragnarok, title trial deck and title booster. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Vi Schwartz. Join Belle and the Hestia Familia as they write the familiar myths in Vi Schwartz. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Trial Deck Plus and Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
No. Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Honda, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Vice-Roads, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Vice, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Vice first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Vice Schwartz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Vice products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Vice, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
So which Vice Schwartz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, Forgotten Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, as well.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you would be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for a company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that?
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game. So maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities. Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wanda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards, and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
yeah,
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong.
We are finally here, everyone. This is the last round. Round 8.
Final one.
Final round. Yeah. And soon we will find out who will make it all the way to the qualifiers. And, who won't. Well, we won't find out who won't, but we'll find out who will. But again, right, stay tuned after this round, just before standings. We can have a bit of a surprise for all of you. You can all guess what it is, but you'll find out then. So make sure to stick around. And after that great game we just saw, Chris, what do you feel about this one?
I mean, I'm pretty excited just because we've seen, some overlapping lists, like a couple Ashas here and there, showing why the deck is so strong. We've seen Genesis here and there, but we've seen Chaos twice now, making like very strong wins, despite, kind of like the, not necessarily being in the most like favorable positions, but managing to kind of like get through. Well, technically Chaos didn't win this last round, but it was very close. It was very close and very methodical. So I wonder if we're going to keep seeing more Link Jokers, or we're going to see even more variety, because we keep watching the X1 tables, right? So these are the players that are close, the players that are winning a lot, and so with that in mind, I'm curious to see what we're gonna be watching for this last round of Swiss.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite surprised by the amount of Link Jokers that we're seeing. It just shows that people are willing to, combat some of the matchups with Link Joker and not be too worried. Normally when we just think about it, it's like Neos, it's the Alt Miles, and it's the last one.
The last one.
The last one. Yeah.
There's plenty of last ones from watching this tournament, I think.
Bermuda Triangle. But just they're willing to play the Chaos at least into those matchups, and it turns out relatively okay. All right, against Ultimal, you'd assume it does very well in just locking down the front rows. Prism, kind of the same thing. You can kind of stall it out a bit, and we've seen Prism players just kind of deck out because of that. But then we have that, probably the hardest matchup, the Neos, still able to show up a really good game plan there and nearly get that win. So very, very cool seeing the Link Jokers do well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have a bit of a preview that our next game is going to be a Link Joker feature again, but a bit different from the others. And, as we said, Chaos is a bit of a counter to all these combo decks. Well, the leaders, we're sort of seen as the counter to Luard in particular. And so we're seeing...
leaders? X1?
We're seeing the leaders in X1. That's pretty surprising. So we might be seeing some spicy decks. Like, I do wonder how these players are choosing their decks for the best of one format, right? Because it is different than best of three, where you have bans and, the best of three in itself. But in best of one, you have one shot to, bank on to make sure you succeed. And the leaders have been doing very well. And I'm curious. I mean, they've only had like one wave of support in G, I want to say.
I'm just wondering how this deleted deck actually plays, because
and what they are playing.
You play very, very aggressively, right? But you have that kind of late game auto win condition, delete end, and you get those banished deletes, and that's like a cap, right? That's like a cap. If you want to play a slow game, and technically, if the deleter player wants to, he can play a very hard damage slice slow game to stop you from doing anything.
Yeah, it can go both ways. You can go vanish delete route and like play for the win con. Like, I've gotten win con a couple times. It's it happens. It does happen. You can reach it. There's a lot more parts for the deck, and it's only gonna get more in the future, right? The leaders are getting some pretty incredible support in the future down the line. For those of you that play the TCG, you should be well aware of how strong the leaders get, to the point that, what was it, like Worlds 2017? Like, how many leaders do we have in Top Cut?
None.
It was right. Oh, it was Swiss that it was like packed with the leaders.
I think
didn't convert.
I think it was the day before. So I remember Worlds was Overlords, but the day before at the hotel, everyone was playing deleters.
The hotel meta. The hotel meta changed Worlds as we knew it.
That's right. Everyone doesn't want to bring their best.
A lot of people still brought the leaders. A lot of people.
They did. There was still a couple, but Overlord was definitely the deck that everyone bought. Because it was Thavis, Overlord, and Deleters were the 3 picks.
And then Blasters rose out of nowhere.
The one Blaster.
The whole thing.
Yeah, I remember top 8. Top 8 for that year was 6 Overlords, 1 Blaster, and 1 Messiah.
Yeah, it was Messiah. I thought it was one Thavas.
It was actually Messiah, not Delita, the Messiah.
Not Chaos either. Chaos was also pretty hyped up, but that was before Stargate came out. That's where Chaos got its even more unfair cards. So yes, but anyway, enough talking about Link Joker and whatnot. Let's take a look at the standings of how the players are looking. We have 2 players left undefeated, Illumination and Ralph Shadow from Team VOC. Only one of them will be first place, and only one of them will win the 5,000 gems. But Crush Rush has been X1 for a while and is still the top of the bracket here in 3rd place. Light XZSG, Click from Team OG, Oscar Villalba, Rubel, and Mavis are all at the top at the 1st to 8th slots. And then, of course, Kyle, let's take a look at the 9th to 16th and how the X2s are faring.
We got Narumino here in 9th, then Shadow Scale, Vok Zay, and then DYZ Jul. And then in the X2s, we've got Hexo, Fuji, Saber, and Kaikus. We've seen those names, and this looks like they've dropped to the X2 zone, but they're still doing pretty well. X2s have a really good chance of making it. In fact, I think it's a confirmed chance of making it. So you just gotta win. Just win the next round, and I think you should be fine. If you're in the X1 slots, I think you're fine too. If you win the next one, you will have a good chance of getting some gems. Right? Some gems.
That is right.
Yeah. So
all right.
Should be cool.
Yeah, they're playing for those big prizes, and players in X1 as well are basically the ones that if you remain X1, I think you're basically confirmed because, well, we have 12. It goes up to 12, right, where the X1s go, and then the 13th to 16th are the X2s. So basically, if we're gonna have 1 undefeated and then 5 X1s, yeah, X1s will get gems. That's basically how it is. So here you're basically playing for gems. The loser might not actually get any extra gems. They will definitely qualify for sure. Both of these players are already confirmed. If they're X1 at the end of, by the end of round 7, even if you go X2 here, you're still gonna be confirmed in. But you're playing for gems and you're playing for those extra prizes that everyone wants to have. So let's see, once we get into the game, who will be the one with the extra victory spoils?
The one and only. And I think we do have the second player that will be joining us for the Delita matchup today. Chat, 2 seconds to guess what it is. It's a deck that you haven't seen yet, but it's a Paladin. And there's only one Paladin. Actually, no, we have seen them, so
we've
seen all that. We've seen all the Paladins.
What are you talking about?
Debated.
That's
yes,
not nice.
That's right. We tricked you guys, unfortunately.
Can't believe you've done this.
We have a Royal Paladin.
As you can see, Royal Paladin going second though, which is pretty huge. But it's also the leaders going first. I don't know what's better.
I don't know how this.
No playmats. Wait, hold on. Do we switch servers?
Oh no! This is the serious match. No playmats, right?
Yeah, and Mavis has no sleeves either. We're just. This is, that they're a pro. I want to click on their profile for a second just to see if they have like the default logo and everything too.
Yeah, so I have to say, Rubel has to have a game plan, right? Altmal, the deck of all decks in the format right now. Yeah,
it is definitely the deck of all time.
That's right, and it's something you definitely have to know about. So how will Rubel play this matchup? Is it the rush style? Is it the non-rush style? I'm just very curious. A PG going away though is not great.
Yeah, that from the first damage. I mean, it's okay. Just win before PGs become relevant.
Losing Giron here is a bit sad. It's a great card to just kind of get extra bind.
Big beefy intercept too, right?
Yeah, and it's just 7k unfortunately when it's in the Vanguard circle. So you can get bullied.
Mavis here, bashing left and right.
Oh wow!
So we have an alt in hand. Let's find it.
But this is kind of susceptible to getting controlled in a way.
No defensive though, gonna go to 3.
And remember,
that we can see a delete from Rubel here potentially.
Yeah,
Ultimate guy, no.
Ultimate is going first stride, so
yes,
it's gonna be kind of painful.
Crayon
coming in, it's
delete.
Perfect. Gets the two vanish delete right there.
if he has the lock grade 2, that could be so huge. In just shutting down that twin sword. It's like, oh, you want to be cheeky and push damage? I don't think so. The lead's gonna come out. Lock the back row. That's the brave enabler. That's huge. And you're gonna lock the other front row. Oh my god, I love this. This is huge. You can actually set up all 3 columns and just swing. Oh, that's
a great hand.
Defensives don't even matter here. That's crazy.
Defensive actually will matter here because there's nothing to buy from the drop zone, yeah. Which is unfortunate.
Oh, it doesn't find one. It's gonna go to 4. Wow, that's big. That is so big.
So again,
deleted. You're double locked.
We've talked about before though how Link Joker has a very weak first stride. This doesn't change for deleters because you have to go into Judgment Messiah, which is unfortunately not great. Just to unlock your better stride, right? Igorg. Igorg is actually amazing, right?
God, so they haven't gotten any other strides, really?
Well, nothing that's too good. Nothing that's
really?
Great
We're still in Igorg?
Igorg is amazing, though.
No, like I mean, like that's the only thing we have. There's so many. I feel like there's so many deleter strides by the end of G that I'm surprised there weren't.
Yeah, but they all came later. They all came way later.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. So this is only gonna get 2 attacks, I think.
Yeah, luckily Luminous actually makes an attacker on swing, which is so good. Doesn't have to attack Vanguard.
And you know, when you don't have that many cards in hand, it's perfect.
Yep. Oh no! Don't use the blaster blade. It's gonna fizzle out the attack. Oh my god! It's gonna fade out the attack. The drive checks will still happen, but I feel like you could have saved that CD for something else.
Yeah. Getting a lot of draws.
Maybe it's a sign of confidence. It's like I don't care. I don't need the CD. I'm gonna heal it.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
That was some really good drive checks.
Yeah, that was some very good drive checks for sure.
So,
right.
I wonder what's gonna happen here though. Are we staying? Are we staying on the delete game plan? Or are we gonna stride? He's going for the stride.
We is be striding.
But this is a very weak turn though.
Yeah, Judgment. Please, Link Joker, you need one better generic first stride, like anything but Judgment. Why is only Messiah the only deck that has a good first stride?
The thing is, Chaos Universe used to be a great first stride, but unfortunately
got nerfed.
Yeah, that's right. So I think Ruble should have locked 2 back rows here, which is not bad. If Ruble can get a heal, I think he's in a pretty good. I think he's in a pretty good position. Getting a draw, no heal though.
Yeah, we don't see the trigger counts right now, unfortunately, but it's gonna lock the Cecilius. So this makes it much harder to hit after the defensive.
Yeah, this will lock out the twin. The twin.
The swing sword, yeah. Slayman still works though.
Yeah, the front row is still game. That's the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wondering what will Mavis striding into. Is it gonna be like Tengen or something like that?
I'm just gonna go for Air Mile, as this does give you the not just the Air Miles, but also gives you the plus 5k to the front, or plus 5k to the thing you call them. Then it gives extra power passively.
Calls that?
So that's gonna get 5.
Okay. And maybe is there a Blaster Blade coming down?
So
sorry, that's from Ham. Yeah,
that was from Ham. And now we're gonna call from the Air Mile. That's gonna use the Spirit and just bash to the face.
Yep. And then you got some
2 defensives.
Some nice numbers, right? You know that. Maybe nice numbers.
Decent-ish. Gonna still hit.
Unfortunate.
Surprised not attacking with the fragment first to get the countercharge.
Yeah.
Alright, PG gonna go to bottom. That's good information. 2 PGs going to bottom. That's very big information. Especially with one being in damage. That is huge. And that's gonna hit!
What?
Ruble doesn't have any defensives. And does he have a heal? Does not! Move it! Mavis is gonna just take it over Ruble. I was certain that Ruble had a defensive play there. I was certain. That is a huge upset. Well, there you have it. Mavis is gonna take it over Ruble here. and be the one to win some gems. Maybe. Ruble barely managed to sneak into 8th, but we're gonna find that out a bit later. Good lord.
Wow. That was probably the fastest game we might have had all day.
Yeah, if you can get a wouch out of Kai, that definitely means you did something impressive. That was very fast. I think that was by far... The players were just that excited to see the news that we have at the end of the day for them that they were just like, all right, show me the news. But unfortunately, what they don't know is that we have to wait for everyone to finish playing.
Yeah,
That's
true.
The sad part.
True.
That's the sad part.
What can I say? That was a very, very aggressive game from both sides, and kind of just shows how good alt can be, right? When you got one column locked, still make 3 attacks.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Like that's even with the boosters locked. Like going into air mall, there was such a cool read where it's just like, okay, well, the passive power is gonna be just enough for me to hit, and you know, I don't know if it was a read that you know they had the you know that they didn't have defensives, but we only saw like 1 PG in damage and 1 in the bottom of the deck, so
it's kind
like
of it.
heals and stuff were still fair game. Stuff like
I
that.
feel like
pretty big surprise.
Yeah, I feel like Mavis just played normally and go, let's
it's like okay, if I win here, I win. If I don't, I don't. Whatever.
That's right. Let's do the Vanguard Zero thing. Attack their face and make destroy their intercepts. Get rid of the intercepts. Attack face with as many times as possible. And that's that. Right? That's that. You know, I have 2 intercepts. They've used their front row locks, right? So next turn, at worst, is gonna be like a delete. Yeah, that's maybe a retire from one of the other deleted grade 2s. But that's gonna be it. I'm probably gonna survive next turn. So, don't have to be so aggressive, and then after that turn, boom, big turn after that, big Tengen turn would have won the game, but just won the game there. So just play normally and win. And
just like that. And I can see as well, looking at the bracket, that the person that won the undefeated matchup is Ralph Shadow. So Ralph Shadow is actually 8-0, going to be taking home the 5,000 gems on top of course, the safe qualification. And, you know, going 8-0 in a tournament like this is very impressive. Like that, you got to feel good for next month. That's for sure. So I would feel very good going into the next event. We see some other X1 players like Crush Rush, Click, Illumination, and Jewel are all 7-1, which is very good.
Fast
and
games.
Of course,
fast players.
Yeah. And of course, Mavis as well will join the X1s there too, which is super impressive. I think that might be... I don't know, we still have, I think, Naramino and Shadow Scale still playing out their match, so that's going to be the last ones to determine. So I think the ones confirmed to get gems are Ralph Shadow, Crush Rush, Click, Illumination, Jewel, and then Mavis in the 7th slot. And then, no, I think it means only X1s will go home with gems. That's actually it. I think almost, no, I think there will be about one person.
Yeah, one X2
one lucky X2 will get some gems.
That's right. One lucky X2.
That's
and
right.
it looks right now, it's looking right now to be Light. Light is the highest X2 at the moment. That could change.
That could change. We're going to see how that transforms as the round continues. But we still have a few players running it through. I think we have like, what, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're still like 10-ish games or so going through as we speak. But I'm curious to see. Oscar Villalba sadly dropped the game there, went down to X2. So I think they will not be getting any gems. But if they weren't qualified already, which I'm pretty sure, I feel like they were.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these players that are at the top ladder already qualified. So us telling you the top 38 isn't necessarily going to tell you who's making it in, because there'll be people in like 40th, 41st, 42nd that might just make it in too, because a lot of these players just play a bunch of ranked and they already get their qualification from there.
That's right.
So yeah, it's very exciting. What an interesting showing. Like, I feel like we got to see so many different things. I kind of wanted to see some gears. We got to see some DP, which is very nice. Seeing Gallop was super cool, and I feel like gears might be better a bit next month with the new stride that they get in Fighter Section that lets you bot deck both players' field. So it's like, oh, Asha, spin that back, put everything back, put those 3 as all to the bottom. Don't want to see them ever again.
Yeah, I think I was most surprised today with just all the Link Joker plays that we saw.
Yeah, right.
The Link Joker global meta.
Yeah, the Link Joker global meta. I think also Click's Genesis was very beautifully played. Like that was really cool showing.
Yeah, we
like
saw some
before that. We saw really good Asha too.
Yeah, good Asha, good Genesis, right? Good games all around. Right? Good games.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to the global players. Everyone's putting on a really great show. Some really clean games, just beautiful. And even when there are mistakes, I think the players handle it very nicely. I feel like kind of like poking fun at those moments is kind of makes them feel even better for us, the viewers, the commentators, the people back at home. So honestly, really great showing to all players. So if you've managed to go through all 8 rounds, you deserve a good break. Make sure to eat a good lunch, breakfast, dinner, and make sure to fill it up, fill up that stomach. You worked hard, and you deserve a good break. But I see a lot of people in chat are super excited and going crazy about the news announcements. Don't forget, we do have to go for a little break first before we bring you the news announcements.
Zero news real?
Zero news real. Oh my god, it can't be. I can't believe it. Zero news officially. That's crazy. But I'm sorry, chat. We're gonna send you to a little break because we have to wait for the round to finish up before we can show you the standings. So while that happens, in the chat, let us know what you expect. I gave you my expectations for what I think the news is. I think the craziest one of my expectations is a server merge. The second one is the collab that is coming to JP to be coming to English. That's my second expectation. And third is that you get like a whole free box of 5 Selection 2 or something like that. That's like my 3 expectations. What about you, Kai?
I think they're pretty good. They're pretty good expectations. What do you
free G deck? Free G deck. Celebrating Kai. Kai looks beautiful today, so everyone gets a free G deck. How about that?
I think that's great. I think that's great.
That's
You're an ideas man. You know.
That's right. They should hire me.
But yeah, we'll be right back. If you want to see that announcement, make sure to stick around. We'll be watching it together.
That's right. We'll be pogging. Everyone's gonna pog jump together. Preload the the emotes and stuff that you're gonna be reacting with. You know, if you can like macro, like if you have like a macro for sadness, if it's not what you wanted to see, make sure to macro like some sad emojis. If you have a macro for hype, make sure to macro some pog champs, stuff like that. Those of you that know, you know how to do it. So get ready. The news is coming. But first, a short break. We'll see you very soon.
Card Fight Vanguard. Blackout and Daybreak decks are getting powered up. And we are getting new Grade 3s. Festival Collection 2022, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Schwartz, the end of the journey, depicted in Schwartz. Relive the battles once again in Booster Pack, Fate Grand Order, the movie, Divine Realm of the Round Table Camelot, now on sale. Bushiroad.
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good, because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people, and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, like about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job.
my god, y'all. It's time. It's Zero News. It's the long-awaited, everyone's favorite. I can't believe it. I hope you had time to make your folders. You know,
that's right.
The folder if the Zero News is crazy, the folder if the Zero News is not what you expected, and just the folder for Zero News because it's gonna be crazy. We don't know anything about it. I have no idea what to expect. For all that could happen is like, I don't know, everyone gets a pack. Like this could literally be anything. I have no idea what to expect. And I think, Kai, are you ready? Are you ready to see whatever this announcement could be?
That's right. I'm ready. You ready? Everyone's ready. Even the weather's ready.
The weather is not ready, dude. There's a typhoon outside my window. I feel like everything could crumble around me, but as long as the Zero News is good, it's fine.
Okay. All right.
Let's get it. I'm ready. Get it. Let's see it. All right. Hey! We got it right.
We got it
right.
Let's go. October 1? That's next month.
That's next Saturday, isn't it?
That's very
Saturday.
soon, right?
All right. Congrats, Global.
We could see this in finals. I'm sure there will be people. God. Yo, this is so good.
Hey, there you go. The rewards are the exact same too. So, all right, we should stop just talking and actually explain. So, there's going to be a Whole Live and Vanguard Zero collab. This one was confirmed for JP, and it's going to be happening at the exact same time for the English global server as well. And you can win a bunch of stuff. You can win the original cards for Sakura Miko and
Hoshimachi
Suisei, who are the two VTubers that have supported Vanguard Zero a lot. They've had collabs in the past. And the period for this event will be from the 1st of October to the 31st. And then you can win titles. The Mikomet one, which is like their duo title. I'm not really... I think Kai should be the one giving this explanation because we're the one into VTubers.
The business group, right?
Okay, I see.
That's right.
So, yeah.
But, you know, you got the Elite and the Diamond in the Rough is the translation for that. But, the cards are unique, right? New cards. They're not just 10k vanillas this time.
They have effects.
They actually do.
They have effects. The Japanese side has revealed them already.
Yeah. One of them restands with critical.
That's right. There's crits, the restands. It's crazy.
It's wow. Same time?
Damn. That's cool. There's no delay. There's actually zero lag, no delay. That's super sick. That is super sick. And
really cool.
The art is drawn by Fuzi Choko. I'm personally very thankful for the stride. So that is incredibly exciting. All right, cool. That's huge. The fact there's no lag behind JP for that is really big.
I think global play is doing well. You can play the collab cards on your exclusive playmats that you have.
Oh my god, what if they get a playmat? Oh no. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. What if they get a playmat? I'm gonna cry.
Oh wow, that's amazing. I know there's a lot of fans out there, and I'm sure there might be even more fans that are gonna join.
That's right.
Just to get that collab. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. But with that, that's all the news we have. But we still have the standings for the top 38 that have made it in. I think we're not gonna show all the top 38. We can run through all 38 verbally at the very least. But I think we do have standings for at least the top 16 to show you to see who is gonna be making in to the finals here. And so we have first the undefeated player, we already said this earlier, is VOC's Ralph Shadow at an 8-0 record. Then we have Crush Rush with an X1, OG Click 1014 with X1, Illumination with X1, Narumido with X1, MD Mavis with an X1 record, and then the final X1 player is DYZ Jewel, and then the one and only 6-2 Light XZSG will be the last one to get some gems as a prize. But of course, all the players through to 38 will be qualifying. So let's Kai take a look at 9 to 16, and then I will run through the players that are qualified but aren't on the graphic.
Sure. So in 9th place, we've got Oscar V, the Love Hearts. Unfortunately, just missing out on the gems. And then in 10th place, we've got Ruble, then Hexo, Ari, Alpha Tip, Fuji, Shadow Scale, and Niche as the 16th place. Chris.
Yep. So
it's your time.
Get ready. If you hear your name called, you can start dancing. So keep in mind that these will be like up till 38th spot, but if any of these players have already made it in, then it'll be passed on to like 39th or 40th or 41st, etc. Right? So starting off 17th, we have Aqua. 18th, we have Rafa 31. 19th, we have RL's Karakuri. Then we have 20th, 01. 21st, we have VOC's Zai, Z-E-I. Then 22nd, we have AOI, and unfortunately, I cannot read that as it is in Thai, I believe. Then, but I think if you know your name. Then we have 23rd, Romeo. 24th, Ravenor. 25th, Ryu Vanguard. 26th, Silver Ruby 09. 27th, Hit. This and 27th is where the 5-3 starts. So everything until now was 6-2. And the 5-3s that made it in are Hit at 27th, Kaisus or Kaikus at 28th, Seba at 29th, One's Zelius at 30th with 5-3, SF6's Ren, Ren Skywalker at 32nd, Galacta at 33rd, Cam at 34th, Aileron at 35th, Teddy D at 36th, XX Savior XX at 37th, and Euhius at 38th. And that is all the players that have made it in from just the, qualifiers themselves. And of course, it might be more if some of the players in these top 38 have already qualified. So keep that in mind. But that is all the players. So if you heard your name, you may celebrate. And if you haven't heard your name, but you're 39th or 40th, then you have to wait, and the official staff will get in touch with you. So please do look forward to that and keep those inboxes and emails checked, because that's where the information will be going to you.
Yep. And unlucky number 39th, Minato Alt 3. So the one.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's at least one person in here.
Yeah.
I feel like 39th should definitely be in. Right.
That's right. So that's wow. That is the end of the day. We got some amazing games today. We've got Zero news.
Yeah, got some Zero news. I see the chat being pretty excited. So this is very hype. I'm personally pretty excited about the news myself. So we'll see how. I want to see somebody bring the Hall Alive into.
We're sending the challenge.
That's right.
Bring it and get featured. That's
right. If you bring it, I feel like you will get featured. It's that easy.
True.
But with that, Kai, that is it. We've watched all the rounds today. We've seen all the awesome games and all the awesome battles that the players have had and all the cool decks that they've brought. Any last thoughts before we wrap up for the day?
Say thank you everyone for watching, and thank you for all the players for playing, and thank you for all the staff for staffing. It's been great. It's been very, very smooth. All right.
Yep. As always, it's been really cool. Got to see a lot of awesome players, duke it out, show off their best decks in the best fashion, and I think it's been a very exciting time for us as the casters for today. We'll be back in a month's time for the circuit finals, which again are on the 23rd and 24th of October. So this will be split into kind of 2 days to give some rest time for the players that make it to the top cut. It's gonna be exciting. There's gonna be a lot of action there as well. So we will see you there. But for now, that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching the Vanguard ZERO Summer Circuit 2022 second open qualifier. And we will see you next month for the circuit finals. Thank you so much for watching.